Som. Hello, good morning. My name is Vasco Bastos. I'm a professor here in Faculdade de Física e Desporto of University of Lisbon. So I'll be starting with a very small active break or active beginning. So in the conference where we'll be talking a lot about physical activity, it's only apropos that we will start with some light physical activity. Everything light is just some stretches, no burpees, nothing intense. Just starts activating and we're still in the process of waking up. So in the back, when you can put the music, we'll officially start the second day. So I'll be juggling the microphone, so bear with me. So, for starters, open up your arms. Careful with the people next to you. Now, brace it in the back. We'll do the opposite. In the front, round your back. Now, put one foot to the back. Get some levers if you can. And the next one. Now, put the foot down. Both hands up. Now to one side. To the other. So we'll end as we begin. Open your arms one last time. Big breath. Go up. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much for this light physical activity and welcome to the second day of the Congress. Enjoy.
Bom dia. Hello, good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. Such a good start with a lot of power and movement. Let's continue this good vibe. So in this session is about education, health, and physical literacy. And we have the luck to have here today with us Professor Liz Durden-Myers from University of Bath, a specialist in physical literacy and also sport pedagogy. And also from Ireland, University of Cork, returned to Portugal, Professor João Mota, and these topics of research is also physical literacy and sports pedagogy. So let's start with a presentation from Professor Liz Durden-Myers. Liz, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
And it should be on. Brilliant. Thank you so much for the invitation to speak here with you today. I am so passionate about this subject. I'm a previous PE teacher. I've taught in schools that ranged from early years, so 4 years old, all the way up to 18 years old. I'm incredibly passionate about the value of PE and school sport in transforming lives and ensuring that every young person finds their love and joy in movement. So I came across physical literacy quite early in my career, and it's been a cornerstone to everything that I try and achieve, both within the sports halls and the classrooms, but also within my role as an academic. So I want to talk to you today around the power of a positive relationship with movement and physical activity. And I want to kind of unpack that relationship with movement through a physical literacy lens. We know that relationships are really important. They shape who we are, the values we believe, and the future people will become. We are in educational communities surrounded by relationships, relationships with one another, relationships with peers, relationships with teachers, and those relationships we form in early life are very indicative to the future we will inherit. So the friendships we build, the role models we have, will shape ultimately what we believe and value throughout our lives. So we know that relationships are really important, but there's also another relationship that we know is important for young people, and that is to develop that relationship with movement and physical activity. This picture, I didn't know whether it was going to be right, but it's quite timely with the weather at the moment, with the puddle suits. So we want our young people in education to develop that relationship with movement and physical activity. Now, we know that movement and physical activity is incredibly powerful. We know that through engagement in movement and physical activity, we can develop confidence. We can develop connection with oneself and with others. We can develop character, and we can develop courage. Courage to try new things, to take ourselves out of our comfort zone. And ultimately, through these physical education experiences, it's more than just learning to be physically active. It's about trying to give young people the tools and belief to succeed in life within physical education and physical activity, but also much beyond that. And essentially, that is the role of physical education, is to develop these healthy, active children and young people that grow into healthy, active adults. And along the way, we've got multiple opportunities to develop character, social skills, health and well-being, but ultimately for that flourishment. And I firmly believe that without a relationship with movement and physical activity, young people and adults are not able to flourish as they should or could. But we know that this is not necessarily the reality in every school. We know that not all children have found that love and joy of movement. We know that some contexts don't prioritise physical activity or physical literacy or even physical education. And we know that some teachers don't feel confident or competent in delivering physical education. We also know that those classrooms and those sports halls aren't as inclusive or as create that sense of belonging as they could. So we have got some challenges there. We also know that there is a hierarchy of what has perceived value. Does literacy hold value? Numeracy hold value? But we want physical literacy to hold as equal value as those other literacies in schools. We also have an issue around how we communicate the value of physical activity. So we often see these CMO guidelines, Chief Medical Officer guidelines of daily active minutes, and we spoke yesterday around minutes mattering, but do minutes matter, or is it meaning and quality? So we know that in the UK, for example, 48% of children are not meeting the recommended daily physical activity guidelines. And it doesn't get that much better for adults, with adults only 64% meeting those daily recommended guidelines. So we're not really communicating the value of physical activity. This is what the predominant messaging is about minutes mattering, not meaning, value, connection, and a relationship with movement. So we must ask ourselves, what could we be doing differently? Does a child really engage in physical activity because they know in 20 years' time it will help them not get a communicable disease? Possibly not. They engage in physical activity because they enjoy it, they find meaning in it, it's fun. So how can we try and approach promotion of physical activity in a different way? We know that there's this problem around trying to increase physical activity levels, and we know what the mission is, to try and increase physical activity, but we're all approaching it at totally different ways. And epidemiologists approach it in one way, physical education teachers approach it in another way, other parties, organisations tackle it in another way. And what it's actually doing is creating a really confusing, not very aligned picture of how do we actually create environments that support young people to be more active. And so this is where physical literacy comes in. So physical literacy is really us trying to better understand the problem. So we've been saying at the moment, get more passionate about the problem. I think we're really quick to get into the solutioneering and creating solutions, but let's first of all, get really passionate about the problem. What is the problem? Let's better understand the problem, or the need, or the environment, or the desires of young people. And then let's try and better coordinate potential solutions or support. And if we can try and create that clarity within the landscape, we're hopefully going to be more successful in achieving that mission. So physical literacy is really trying to align the language, align the landscape to better understand the problem, but also provide more coordinated and informed solutions. In the UK, we've been working on this consensus statement, trying to unite the sectors, so education, health, leisure, sport, under a common language of what physical literacy is. So we've created this consensus document that involved 15 months of stakeholder co-production, co-creation, and we're trying to create a framework that is more easily understood. So in this document, we've said that we're defining physical literacy as our relationship with movement and physical activity, and it's broken down into these three really important constituent parts. The first is the blue triangle that we call the blue triangle, where we're trying to make sure that meaning, value, and enjoyment are found in those experiences. The orange square is about holistic development and really understanding the importance of being able to develop how we move, feel, think, and connect with physical activity. And then the final circle is around the sociological and the physical environment and the environment we place young people in. So physical literacy is a concept with really deep philosophical and theoretical roots, and the definition is just the tip of the iceberg. But beneath the definition and the concept is a body of work around holistic development. How do we develop young people and grow them through cognition, through motor competency, and through the effective motivation, confidence, and so on. So it has a broad base of knowledge supporting this concept, and there's also deep philosophical roots around what it is to be human and what it is to be embodied in the world. So we can take real direction from this body of work beneath the surface that really does pave the way for a more coordinated and impactful approach to physical activity promotion. So what does that actually mean then? So if we have got all of that theory beneath the surface, what does that mean for this document, for this as a tool? It means that the experience matters. So back to that idea of minutes mattering, do they? Or is it the experience matters? Do young people leave their physical education class wanting more? We want to delight them. They can't wait to come to the next lesson. Do all children feel like that? So we know the experience matters. We also know holistic development matters, and we also know the environment matters. So I'm just going to unpick each one of those. So we know that the experience matters because for every individual, we have a unique relationship with movement and physical activity. Just all of us in the room right now, we engage with physical activity in different ways. Yet in physical education, we often give them a one-size-fits-all, a very narrow diet, and it's very teacher-centered. Whereas this idea is trying to really get that teacher-centered approach to be more flexible and move into that student-centered approach where we're looking at a range of individuals in the class and trying to develop each individual's relationship with movement and physical activity. We know that each individual will find meaning, joy, and value in different elements of physical activity. So how we approach building those relationships is really important. Because when we do build those deep connections with movement and physical activity, it's more enduring and it will last a lifetime. But we could argue that actually in physical education, do we just scratch the surface, or do we build those deep connections with movement and physical activity? Like I mentioned just previously, we all have that different relationship with movement and physical activity, and it changes throughout our life. What I engaged in as a youth is different to what I engage in now as a mum of 3 boys. And it will be different again when I engage in physical activity later in my life. We also know that there's a couple of pictures in there that dominate the physical education landscape. Okay, we know that we offer competitive invasion games predominantly within our physical education curricula. And is that meeting the needs of all young people? Is that providing the menu that's going to entice as many children as possible into movement and physical activity? Or are we just maybe a little bit blinkered into that sport as being the dominant vehicle? Can we offer wider opportunities, opportunities to engage in natural environments, leisure, recreation, walking, and sport for some will be the vehicle that they engage through? As educators, we need to really think about that formative journey that we send children on, or we craft around them. So really thinking about what formative experiences do children need in order to set themselves up for that best possible start in life and to form that deep connection with movement and physical activity. So the things that they're exposed to, the people they come into contact with, and the curriculum that we offer needs to meet the needs of all young people, and we know that we are those experts. Through that education journey, they may not actually seek out wider opportunities. So it's really important that that physical education offer lays the foundation for a positive start in life. So some of the things that we've been trying to do to encourage teachers to think more carefully around the experiences we offer young people is to really start thinking about the learner journey. So what do we want them to do between 4 and 7, and then 7 and 11, and 11 and 15, and 15 to 18? Have we got that broad and balanced offer? Have we got a range of activities across the learner journey? And are we making sure that not one activity area is dominating, to give that nice diverse opportunities for lots of different activities and to engage in a range of ways of moving? We also know that holistic development is really important, and when you talk to most educators, we really believe this. So developing the whole child, their physical skills, their cognitive skills, their affective skills, so emotional and their social skills are so important. But when we actually drill down into what that actually looks like, teachers don't really know how to facilitate holistic development in their classrooms. We also might say it's important, but do we actually understand why it's important? So we're doing lots of work at the moment to work around capturing the evidence does suggest this now, that without any one of those elements, we're going to create a barrier to participation. So without movement skills, children have become frustrated because they're not able to do the activity or perform the skill. Without connection or social skills or valuing physical activity, they'll be disconnected. Many children come up to me already and say, I don't do this, that's not me, I don't play badminton, or whatever it might be, because they don't associate positive feelings towards that sport or physical activity. Without knowledge and understanding, they might get confused and not understand why it's important or know how to get better or where to find more opportunities. And without motivation and confidence, they might disengage because of anxiety or worry or don't feel confident to take up new opportunities. So our role is to provide as many opportunities as possible to develop movement skills, the physical, the affective, the cognitive, and the social skills for every young person. Because when we do that, we know that we're more likely to promote positive relationships with movement and physical activity, and those young people are more likely to engage in physical activity. So I like to think of it as, well, how do I then communicate that with teachers? And I'm lucky enough to be in schools most weeks, talking with teachers. And so we kind of use this padlock analogy, that some children in your class are already on that positive trajectory. They've got that combination just right on that combination lock. And therefore the padlock is open, and they're open to new opportunities. Whereas there are some children in your class that haven't found that love and joy of movement or that relationship with movement. And what is it about their connection with movement that needs work? Is it their motivation? Is it their confidence? Is it their knowledge and understanding? Is it their physical competence? How can we as educators create those opportunities to turn the dial to unlock physical activity for those young people? We also want to really start thinking about, if we are developing holistically, how do we sequence that? Teaching is really complex. If I'm not just teaching physical skills and I have to teach cognitive skills, affective or emotional development and social skills, how do I intertwine that in a way in which it's really meaningful and purposeful, in a way in which then actually it's not this siloed approach where it's disjointed, but how do we actually bring those threads together in a really robust curriculum? So one of the things we've been trying to work with teachers is like that point that I made around, we understand the importance of holistic development, but how do we actually do it? And so one of those things that we were struggling with was, well, how do we actually plan intentionally for holistic experiences? So we're supporting them in creating holistic learning intentions or holistic learning objectives so that it's not a happy accident, that it's intentional. We're designing in these experiences. So I often say to teachers, plan the learning, not the lesson. What is the learning that you want to take place? So plan the learning and not the lesson. And some teachers have gone across a move, feel, think and connect. Others have gone think, move and feel and connect in together. And a real tangible example there is that we've got these kind of matrix that help teachers really understand, okay, what it is that we're trying to facilitate in this lesson. So how do I create a learning intention? Well, I create it by taking one word from the first column, be able to perform with control and accuracy, and then we put the context in the final column. So that could be perform a gymnastic sequence with control, coordination and fluency. Okay, so I've got the verb in perform, and I've got the qualitative criteria with control, coordination and fluency. So things just like that, real tangible, intentional steps around what it is that I want to take place in this lesson. What is the learning intention? Okay, it's not just about creating a sequence, it's about the control, coordination, fluency. And we've been doing that across Move, Feel, Think and Connect. Actually, the move is the easiest thing to plan. Actually, when we got into Feel and Connect, it was more challenging. And then the final element of the consensus statement is that red circle, which really highlights that the environment matters. It really, really does matter for young people. So the social environment, the peers, the safe spaces we create, that sense of belonging, whether they feel supported, communication with families, and we will have that intergenerational, relationships piece again around, we often inherit certain beliefs and core values from our parents. So sometimes it's not enough just to work with young people. We need to work with families, with parents, carers, with the communities. We have great pedagogues that are leading the way, but how do we get the whole department to feel this way about movement and physical activity? And healthcare professionals as well. So how do we get everybody speaking this common language from that sense of belonging, ensuring that all children find their love and joy of movement? And we also know the physical environment matters. So green and blue spaces, are environments inviting, how we welcome them into those spaces and places, are they inclusive and do they feel safe? If we're asking children to develop their social skills, if their basic psychological needs haven't been met, i.e. they're in fight or flight response, they're not going to be putting themselves out of their comfort zone in a leadership role. So we need to make sure that that environment is conducive to learning, but also for building those positive relationships with movement. So what we've been doing in that regard is these physical literacy audits and environment scans to really think about how can we build whole school communities and cultures that value physical activity. Everything from the PE lessons themselves to opportunities to be physically active in other lessons, or throughout the school day, active transport, active travel. How do we ensure that we protect that physical education time within the curriculum? And essentially, what we're trying to do is to create that person-centered approach, making sure that we are meeting children where they are in their relationship with movement and physical activity, and nurturing them holistically to find that love and joy of movement, leaving no child behind. Often, we create further opportunities for those that are already active, rather than thinking about it from a social justice perspective and understanding who needs me most right now. Those that are on that positive trajectory will be fine. They will be fine without you, without further opportunities. But those that haven't found that love and joy in movement really need you right now. So making sure that no child is left behind and every child leaves formal education with that deep connection with movement and physical activity. So how do we know that this is actually making a difference? So we can create student surveys, and these are 2 surveys from just 2 of the schools that we're working with. And you can see in the brackets is the national picture. So when we have these physical literacy interventions or supports put in place in schools, we know that it's making a difference to our young people because they're reporting better motivation, confidence, competence, and knowledge and understanding. But that's the kind of statistics that we kind of spoke about earlier. I can give you the lived experience of what that actually feels like. It feels like more smiles on children's faces. It feels like happier teachers, excited about their lessons. It feels like less conflict in lessons because children aren't being removed to go to, because the communication's broken down. So happier children engaging in more meaningful movement with happier teachers feeling like they're making a difference. That is how physical literacy is helping to create those environments that are conducive to everyone finding their love and joy in movement. So it's not a panacea, it's not a silver bullet. We're not going to find all the solutions, but what it does allow us to do is exactly as I mentioned before, get passionate about the problems, really understand why aren't children engaging in physical activity in this context, in this year group, in this individual. Get passionate about the problem, get passionate about what is the issue. Is it the curriculum design? Is it the nature of the lesson? Do they not feel safe within our care? And then let's better coordinate that potential solution. And physical literacy at the moment is shaping a lot of exciting changes in the UK landscape. We have a new curriculum that's about to be started right now. So we've got curriculum drafters that are about to be let know that they're going to be writing a new national curriculum. And holistic development is a theme that will go throughout the whole of that new curriculum. So we've got a real opportunity to shape a new curriculum that meets the needs of 21st century learners and what do they need in their learner journey. We've also got new accountability measures, so that's the Ofsted criteria, so that's how we are measured in schools, the regulatory board that understands what high quality education looks like. And they are taking physical literacy, physical activity engagement, well-being, personal development much more seriously than they have previously. And we have much more infrastructure going in around physical literacy and creating meaningful relationships with movement and physical activity. So it is a core thread in what we're trying to achieve. And so we're encouraging every teacher in schools to really think about packing physical literacy in their case, in their toolkit. So making sure that physical literacy does underpin their curriculum, their assessment methods, their strategies and the pedagogy that they approach those lessons with, and the environment that they create around a whole school culture of valuing movement and physical activity. And if we get that right, hopefully we'll make deeper connections with movement and physical activity, more positive relationships with movement for more children, and build that confidence, connection, character, and courage to engage in physical activity now and later in life, but not just in physical education or physical activity. We know that this can be an anchor for other aspects of life as well. It can get you through tough times, it can get you through challenges elsewhere in a young person's life. So let's try and really think carefully, less around minutes mattering, but about meaning mattering, and creating that positive relationship with movement and physical activity for every child. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Liz, for your excellent presentation. I will now give the floor to Professor João Mota. Afterwards, we can pose questions and have a little debate about the topics that we have here. Thank you. So if you can prepare some questions that you would like to pose to our communicators.
Okay, Good morning, everybody. It's lovely to be back home, if again, with the rain that you could see. It's lovely that I brought the rain from the British Isles with me, coming from Ireland. So yeah, it's good to be back and bring a bit of my experience in the past 3 years in Ireland to you again, so you could experience that. My name is João Mota, and it's again a pleasure to be back home in Portugal. I am, curiously, of course, I've been working with João Martins for a long time now, and I had the pleasure of him being my supervisor for my PhD, so it's, I would say, a full circle moment for me to come here and to talk about one of my passions, which is physical literacy. And again, it'll be a tough act to following Liz in our brilliant presentation there, but hopefully I'll give you a different perspective as well, and hopefully some food for thought as well on different things there. So I'd say I would go a bit Shakespearean with this talk, and I would ask all of you to consider the idea of physical literacy. To measure or not to measure. So that's precisely what we're going to be talking about, and hopefully I'll take you to a journey on the different aspects of physical literacy and why it might matter to measure or not, how we measure it, and what are currently works underway to do it. But before I even get there and before I take you to that journey, I'd like to do a quick poll. Could I ask you, from what you just heard from Liz and all the pillars that she clearly expressed on physical literacy, how students are supposed to experience through their physical education and their school's lives and so on, could I ask you to just raise your hand if you agree that it could be measured and assessed? There's a way to do it. It doesn't matter how yet, but do you think it could be measured in some form or shape? Could you raise your hand for me if you think that's the case? Okay. I got some converts already, lovely. Okay, thank you very much. So this is the panorama that I'll be setting you. Again, I'll go through the whys, the whats, and the hows of measurement. And again, when I talk about measuring, I'm talking about particularly about assessment as well. So don't think about measurement as just very, I would say, rigorous. It's ideally the idea of assessing physical literacy as it develops, and as Liz said, to try and make sure that the impact we're striving for in terms of physical literacy actually is there and can be sure it's there. So the why. As Liz say, plan the learning, and that's precisely why we need to know exactly why we're measuring. And what we know is that measuring, specifically across the board, but particularly with physical literacy, is essential if we're looking forward to inform policy and practice, to have our data then to back up decisions, to lobby for the stakeholders to implement measures that impact physical literacy in schools and so on. So it's important that we have those measures in place, be that qualitative, be that quantitative. Definitely, we also need that support, especially, I would say, at school level, and I would argue at school level, to support the program implementation. We need to know if what we're doing is working, and teachers need to know that as well. And specifically in a Portuguese context, we know that sometimes an intervention is harder to roll out if there's no quick way to assess it and see the impact of our actions. And again, behavioral change, it takes time and takes reassurance, hence the data that we can use to shape those decisions and support our evaluation of the programs we're implementing. And first and foremost as well, for us as academics and as researchers, it's important to advance theory and research on physical literacy. There's loads there still to be unpacked in terms of physical literacy, how the construct actually works. Is it that it is an actual thing that humans experience as a psychological, social, cognitive, and physiological mechanisms working together in tandem? Is it more of a network of different variables that we just happen to call physical literacy and might work as determinants of physical literacy lifelong? So what is it? We need the data to do that. We need to do some sort of tests, a lot of statistics, as you might be familiar, and I will not talk a lot about that, but there's definitely work there about those contracts. Then, of course, we know why we want it, but now comes the question, and there has been, in the last, I would say, 10 years mostly, there's been a lot of different consensus statements from different countries, different organizations coming forward and putting their idea of physical literacy for it. And that has led, as you might guess, to a lot of confusion and a lot of dilution of the concept itself. So it's important that we know exactly what we're assessing so that we can design the tools that meet that ideal. In my case, and that's probably where I'm coming from, and that's my perspective, and it also aligns with the vision that Liz put forward in the consensus statement from Sport England. The Sport Australia is one that I use a lot throughout my PhD and I use a lot throughout my work because it resonates with the way that I do the research and in the context I'm in. Particularly, as you might notice that, obviously the physical domain is there. It's probably the one that comes immediately to our minds, and you'll see things like movement skills, various ones, health-related, fitness, and components there. Psychological things like engagement and enjoyment, as Lee's clearly put out there as well, confidence, motivation. The social elements that Lee's also very highlighted there with the relationships between people while practicing physical activity, collaborations, the ethics of participating in physical activity, and when we do engage specifically in activities that might have some competitive settings, do students have that element as well? And then the cognitive, the understanding, the different knowledge and understanding bits that we might have as a human to actually engage in the physical activity. Nonetheless, there's quite a common core, I would argue, to all these conceptions in that they all deal this idea of lifelong meaningful participation in physical activity and all the learning that we do through, in, and about physical activity. So it is that idea, that umbrella term that I would argue we could use to support all the learning that we're shaping in the curriculum with physical education and across the board in physical activity promotion as well. Now, the other question, now that we have all the bases, the whys, the whats, comes the how. And that has evolved a lot since I last talked about this. I remember doing a talk on assessing physical literacy probably 2 years ago on a new peer project that myself and Jerome participated. And there were a few tools out there, but none that were heavily established. So the panorama has quite moved on since then, which is great as researchers to know that it did. But also, again, a lot of options on the board, and we actually have to know now what to pick for our studies or for evaluating our interventions, and that's another challenge on itself. But I would say I would present you with some options so you get to know the lay of the land and know exactly what's there. Of course, we could start there with a lot of systematic reviews as well that have been done on a different instruments available. I would definitely recommend, if you're interested in a topic, one from Lisa Barnett and her team on the different instruments available and all the evidence that's available to support those instruments, the validity evidence, the feasibility, and all those elements that are important in terms of scientific quality. So I would recommend. But in terms of the individual tools, definitely the ones who get to know the lay of the land in terms of physical literacy would know the Canadian Physical Literacy Assessment, which is probably one of the first that was out there for the different groups to apply, and it was brought forth by the Yale group in Canada. And it was designed mostly to assess students from 8 to 12 years old. There is some work from them on the 12 to 16-year-old band as well, so it's mostly children in their young years, and it measures with self-report a mix of a questionnaire with observation from the testers with a battery that's called CAMSA that measures the different abilities in different contexts and settings. So it's pretty, I would say, a very good instrument, especially if you want to get the observation element as well. Then also from Canada, from Canadian Sport for Life, the Play battery, which is a set of tools that, again, children from 7 years up, and they define it as such, can use also to track their physical literacy, and especially teachers as well try and promote that. So it's a multitude of elements that encompasses both self-report and some elements of observation as well, mostly qualitative of the student's experience. So those would be, I would say, two heavyweights in terms of the different measuring tools. And also, we have a recent one from Sport Australia, more targeted towards early year students from 4 to 12 years old, which uses different pictorial scales. So it's still a self-report instrument, but it's way more adapted to those years. So it is a lovely tool, and it aligns with the definition as well. So it has all the 4 different domains of physical literacy, and it covers that throughout a pictorial scale. Then for adolescents, there is a very well-known tool as well, the PPLI, or Perceived Physical Literacy Instrument. That's from Soom and colleagues there. They started, the first version was for adolescents, and they have since took flight, and they have other questionnaires now for physical education teachers to measure their own physical literacy, which is also important in terms of trying to see if there's an effect of promoting teachers' own physical literacy and their impact on the students. And also the tools have been developed from the same team to assess seniors as well. So it's a very well-known tool and has quite a lot of validity evidence to it as well. More recently, there is the APLQ, the Adolescent Physical Literacy Questionnaire from Mohammed Saad there. And again, it's 12 years old, very much self-report as well, so it's pretty similar to the one you just saw from Soom. And this one is very, very recent from Naylor and team, and it covers adulthood, more specifically, so 18 to 75 years old, and it is a self-report scale. As you see there, most of the elements and the instruments available to measure physical literacy are mostly self-report, and that again links in with Liz said, the idea of being a journey and being a personal journey altogether. I would argue that it's also valuable to have the observational part as well, and to try to see if the actual perception of our participants, of our students, of the people in front of us actually aligns with the different behavioral aspects of physical literacy and the skills that we're trying to promote. As such, we can look at 3 different ways that we can compare that evidence. So once we get the evidence, it's also important to think, what are we going to do with this evidence? Are we going to treat it? Are we going to analyze it? Are we going to compare it to? And that's where the references come from. So different referentials will bring us different ways to compare the data. If we look at a norm reference paradigm, we'll be using the data we get out of those questionnaires, out of those instruments, to compare the student against a norm. And that norm usually is the group, so the class group, percentile that has been designed based on a norm that was established for a specific population in a country and so on. We know, however, that, of course, this I would say is quite contentious in the physical literacy space because, again, it disregards completely the physical literacy journey of the individual. So you're just comparing somebody to the journey of others, which downplays the role of your own journey. And that also brings competition. So it brings up the competition between students because they want to up the others in terms of the scores they get in different instruments and so on, and decreases mastery orientation. So students, instead of being focused on mastery and flourishing and development of their own physical literacy, focus on just basically competition, as we said. And that means that in terms of self-efficacy and all the different motivational variables, it goes down. Physical literacy becomes an introject, something that somebody has told me it's important, but that I don't know myself it's important. And as Liz said, the lived experience is crucial here. So we'll progress into the spectrum a bit further. So if norm reference is not ideal, what could we be doing? We could do criterion reference, which is a way that instead of comparing the results the student got to a specific population or a norm that has been established, we're now predetermining the criterion we're comparing the students to based on evidence, based on on pedagogy, based on specific strategies we're using, and we compare them to that. Okay, let's say, for example, we compared health-related norms to the student's performance, but those norms are not coming from the group itself, it's coming from evidence of the impact of health-related fitness on health. So we know that threshold has been established by evidence of physiological impact and so on. So that's the threshold we're using. We're not using the mean of the class group, which might be low or might be high, depending on the setting, but we're using a specific criterion that we have derived from evidence, data, and outcomes on other different variables like physical activity participation, physiological aspects, and so on. So we know that that brings mastery orientation because students are now focused on mastering the skill because the standard is the mastery. It is to reach the ceiling of that skill. So students are focused on mastering, getting there the best they can, and they then can support each other on that journey because they're not competing with each other to master. They're just basically helping each other along the way and relating themselves along the way to get there faster. And then also in terms of validity and the way we assess, we know that using these types of reference is more stable because, again, we established that in advance and allows it to be more reliable across the board when we measure. So we can compare measures across the board and we can say, yes, I assessed the same thing as my colleague there. And it also provides actionable feedback because, again, I can tell exactly where the student is on the spectrum or on the level, and I could tell them, look, you're just missing X, Y, and Z. So I know exactly how much, and the student knows how much they have to go, before they get to the ceiling. So it's, I would argue, a very useful tool for us. Now, there's still one more reference that we could use, which is the ipsative one, which is very similar to the idea of comparing my performance only and strictly to my previous past performance. So I'd be only getting scores and compare them to my previous scores. So there's no outside referential, I'm using only my own. Now, of course, most developmentalists would argue this is the way to go with the measurement and so on, and provide that referential is very important, and I agree, but I would argue that we need a mix of those two on the right. We need a mix of a level that we can guide students to and some sort of referential on their own performance that allows them then to track it back and forth. So a mixture, I would argue, is the best way forward. Hence why on my own work across the last years, I've developed a thing with my colleagues named Portuguese Physical Literacy Assessment. The idea was that in schools, especially in the physical education context in Portugal, it was hard to implement physical literacy, and there was nothing there that would support the teachers to actually see it happening and see the development of the students' physical literacy and so on. So I said, look, let's go ahead and create one. One that first, of course, encompasses all the different domains. One that has some sort of criterion reference, but also allows them to get a sense of where they're going and how they're doing in that journey and provide them feedback for that. And basically what we created was a tool that has 4 domains. The 4 domains that you just saw there on the Australian framework is mirrored here, and that encompasses 2 different instruments. There's an instrument of observation that uses data from the teacher, and this uses a link with the curriculum in Portugal, as you might know or not. There are different levels within each activity. So for example, soccer has multiple development levels from introductory to elementary to advanced. And the idea is that we're using those referential that the teachers already know and use those levels to derive a more encompassing score. And that's what you see there for the 13 physical activities, and those are encompassing the different areas. So they're not only invasion games, they are invasion games, divided court games, they include also nature activities, they include roller skating, they include gymnastics, they include athletics. So it's quite a, I would say, comprehensive approach to that. And it also encompasses Fichcolas, which is a battery of tests that we have in Portugal, which is widely known also in terms of validity, and it takes that data that's teachers are already applying as well as part of their classes and uses it to derive the scores as well for the observation tool. And that covers mostly the psychological aspects and some of the cognitive aspects as well, because within the Portuguese curriculum, the tactical aspects are imbued into the activities. So during the inception, it was quite hard to differentiate those aspects. So they're there together as we assess the activities. For the questionnaire, it's mostly a self-administered questionnaire that encompasses the psychological and social part, but also has a bit of cognitive testing there with questions on content knowledge, things about guidelines, how to calculate your BMI, and use that to inform your own patterns of physical activity and so on. And then there are Likert type scales, your usual, how much do you identify yourself with this type of statement, and then you assess yourself. Now, the most important part, and this is, I would say, the black box for the student, and it doesn't matter at all. What they get, though, is the reports that I'll be showing you. So the idea was that I wanted something out of that to give to students and to teachers. So what I automatized there was to create these reports, which you'll see, this is a class report. So each of the teacher that applies this instrument in their classes gets a report. And as you can notice there, you can see on the left side, it gives you a panorama of how your class is doing in the different domains. So it gives you a spider chart there and then tells you, okay, in terms of pedagogy, you might need to work more on the cognitive side and the physical side, because otherwise in terms of the social and psychological, you're already doing quite well. So your work, your focus, your priorities should go into the physical and cognitive. But it doesn't stay there. Then what the report does is give you the different levels for each of the students. And of course, these are blanked out for the purpose of confidentiality, but then also provide strategies depending on the different levels. As you'll see there's a foundational level and a mastery level. And the idea when we designed the instrument was that a foundational level, it's the basic skills for all those different elements, from confidence to motivation to different social skills, and mastery is a higher level of development of those skills. So there's a qualitative element there as well in terms of the development of each of those skills, and basically provides teachers with the different strategies to work at each of those. So you'll see there, it provides exact feedback on what they should be striving their lessons to have. So it's a practical tool for, of course, monitoring, but also of shaping your pedagogy in your class. But also, as I said, it's crucial that students are getting an example of where they are. So, of course, it only made sense that the students got a report as well. And it does exactly the same. So it shows them their spider chart, but then all the data on the report is about them. So it tells them where they are in terms of the different thresholds. And as you'll see, there are recommendations for each of those different things. Of course, they might be a bit overwhelming, and there's still work to be done there on the different reports and their usability and so on. But definitely, we did have recommendations that were shaped and were dynamic depending on the levels. So we coded it so that depending on the levels the students got, they would get different type of feedback depending on whether they are more on the foundational side of things and still developing the foundation of each of the skills, or whether they're already striving and they need more specific feedback to go towards the mastery side. So that's exactly what we did for every student and for every class, and that's something that's there as part of the instrument. Now, this instrument was created in Portuguese, and there's still a lot of work undergoing, works to be translated to English and adapted to different contexts. And exactly in terms of what it looks at the moment, so you'll see the green, lovely country there on the Iberian Peninsula. That's Portugal, which means we do have evidence of validity for the Portuguese context because it was created here and it's our very own production. But we've been in touch with different colleagues across the world and they're now adapting it to their contexts as well, particularly Spanish-speaking countries, given the similarities in language with Spain, with Mexico. Slovenian also is, the Slovenian team there is also working with the PPLA to try and translate it. And there's also ongoing works as well in Timor-Leste to try and translate it into Tetum, which is the native language of Timor-Leste. So there's a lot of work ongoing in the PPLA, and I'm quite hopeful that in the next few years we'll see a bit more of that in the works. But definitely it is on the works, and it's something that I would argue it's a complement to all the different tools that we have, and that hopefully aligns with best practices on measurement and assessing and so what. Still, there are a few challenges that I would like to leave you in terms of assessment of physical literacy and measurement in general, but most specifically for physical literacy. We know how to do it, and we know the tools available, but it's still quite hard to design holistic monitoring systems that account for all the different variables and that are wide enough to catch every single different approach that a country might have and respect the contexts that every country might have in terms of their culture, in terms of their patterns of physical activity and specific activities, but still be comparable across countries. So that's the main challenge we have in terms of making that happen, especially with a concept as wide and as encompassing as physical literacy. Another thing is building bridges for physical literacy measurement. We're always trying to compare an instrument to another and put them against each other. I think it's a time now for us to sit down as researchers and try to find a common ground and say, look, let's devise an instrument that actually gets the better of both worlds and gets us the best evidence possible to create those monitoring systems and to advance the research. And of course, then with that evidence, hopefully we'll be able to create PL-centric interventions that have PL first and foremost, and also for adulthood and older adults, which is currently an area that is pretty lacking in terms of physical literacy research and development. We're putting all in terms of school, which makes sense because they're there. They have particular people that are educated to support them throughout their journey, the teachers. The other contexts are harder to monitor and to interact with, but nonetheless, that's where we need to go if we want physical literacy to be a thing across all ages. And finally, to further our policy discourse around data. It's very important that we have the foundations and know the concept well to talk about it and not disvirtuate it, but we need the data to support our insights and to support our decisions and to argue for a different way to do things. And basically, you probably got from my discourse, my whole stance in measurement. I'm definitely for it, okay? So I would say measure physical literacy and go to the lens of try to measure it, try to advance it, and hopefully be a lobby for it as well. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, João Mota, for your brilliant presentation also. So it's time now for some questions, for some debate, some discussions. I open the floor to your questions. Yes, one.
Related to, let's say, people without any disability. Do you have any data, any thoughts about measuring or applying the concept of physical literacy with people with disabilities?
Yeah, really good question. So physical literacy inherently is an inclusive concept. So we don't necessarily distinguish this as then physical literacy for general population. It's physical literacy for everyone, but there is, with certain groups, less research and really understanding what that means for populations like those with special educational needs and disabilities. So there is really good work that is happening in physical literacy around those specialised populations, especially in Canada. So we've been looking at really understanding what it's essentially optimising human potential through movement and physical activity. So everyone is on that unique physical literacy journey. Everyone needs to develop their motivation, confidence, competence, knowledge and understanding as appropriate to their own individual needs and preferences and physical endowment. So it's about everyone finding their love and joy of movement. So we are an inherently inclusive concept, and so that is actually quite nice because we're trying to not, we can then use physical literacy for social action and for social justice rather than like a sport for development, but physical literacy for development, for widening participation and for breaking down barriers. So yeah, it's we are working with everybody.
Yeah, I'll just go for the measurement side, probably in the assessment, because that's sometimes also the barrier as we see, because if we're probably say a normative perspective to the idea, then yes, people might be living with disability might have a harder time to meet those norms, and it's quite hard then to establish the validity of the instruments we're creating. And definitely when we created the Portuguese one, we didn't think much about it then. And we didn't think about how the different criterion that we're setting, were they inclusive of everybody? So were the different criterion attainable by everybody, especially on the physical side? Are they then equitable? Are students able to get there with living with motor disability, with cognitive disability, whatever that they might be living with? Can they get there on an equitable basis? I would argue that, as Liz was saying, physical literacy on its own is very inclusive, and the idea of the concept is to bring everybody on their own journey, and that by itself will include different people with different ways, different needs, irrespective of whether or not they have a disability. And I think that's where the concept also shines from other concepts, is in that it allows you to really think on that prism instead of just trying to norm yourself against the average and try to up the system, really try to look at that. And yeah, but definitely a challenge, I would say. So it's still under-researched how physical literacy is developing, and especially if we're thinking about more of the measurement side, how is measurement being done in those specific populations? I think it's still a very live challenge for all of us to tackle.
Thank you very much. Behind? Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Hello. So for both of you, we know, most of us agree in the problem of physical literacy, and we already have the assessments, the measurements, and we have the framework. You are working on it. But have you found, or do you have any connection, for example, in the UK, with the government, so you can change the teachers' conditions to think, to have time, to have resources, so they can implement the framework? Or it's just something with the scientific community?
Yeah, so it's taken time, but we are very close. The new national curriculum will have physical literacy embedded within the new national curriculum. We lobbied with government and the Sport England and the Department for Education. So it's taken possibly 10 years, but we are now in a position in the policy landscape where they can see the real benefit of uniting under that physical literacy message, creating a common language, common purpose. If you ask PE teachers in the UK what is the purpose of physical education, you would get thousands upon thousands responses. Whereas if we can convene under physical literacy and say, no, this is the goal of physical education, it provides more clarity and that coordinated approach around, okay, that's the intent of the physical education curriculum. It can frame the implementation across a range of sectors, not just education. But then if we've got that aligned intent, implementation, and it's we're all working together multi-sectorally, we're more likely to be able to have a better impact. So it's taken time, and it's fraught with misinterpretation. We still have lots of people thinking physical literacy is fundamental movement skills, or it's developing literacy in the physical. But actually, we are getting real clarity around what that means and what that then looks like in practice, and elevating the value of movement and physical activity in school. So protecting physical activity time, protecting PE lessons, ensuring that we are looking after children holistically, not just in their cognitive development and examination success, but as the holistic health and well-being of young people first. Because in order to do well, you need to be well, and movement and physical activity is an essential part of that. So we are making really good inroads with policy at the moment, and hopefully that will pave the way forward for more meaningful, more inclusive policies and curricula that actually meets the needs of young people, rather than it already giving more people opportunity to be physically active who are already active. So actually living up to those values of being person-centred, inclusive, and like we said, making sure that every child at the end of formal education has that deep connection with movement and physical activity. So yeah, and it's also releasing funding as well. So because we're able to better articulate what it is that we're trying to do and how, and the impact of it, going back to the assessment, we're then clearer around how we're going to actually move that dial, which is also then releasing funding to mobilise that work in practice.
Yeah, and Liz is definitely on the forefront there in terms of leading policy, which she always was since the inception, which is great. In terms of the Irish panorama, I would say it's close enough to the England panorama there in terms of the curriculum. It was just revised as well in the Irish panorama. It did not explicitly mention physical literacy, despite being their consensus very recently also, because the development of the actual specification was previous to that. Underlying it, I would definitely say that there are some elements of physical literacy imbued in there. Now, if you're not naming it, it makes it invisible to people who might not know it, and you just then use it doing what you're doing, and that might be a problem for us as educators. And it also argue that we need a two-pronged approach. Policy for at higher level is crucial with the government level, but we need also as teacher educators, and most of us in the room are, to also advocate with our students who will be teachers one day, that this is their foundational work, that this is part of their knowledge, their skills, their toolkit, because otherwise they'll just reproduce whatever they did in physical education, which probably did not align with the physical literacy idea. So I would say a two-pronged approach. You need higher level intervention, yes, projects, funding, and so on, but we also need that our teacher education programs across Europe, the world, actually align with this, so that we're not having two different discourses at different level. They go outside and they get a curriculum that's all shiny and physical literacy centered, but they don't have the tools to do it. So we need to attack at both sides simultaneously, which is a challenge as well, but definitely there's work underway.
We have time for one or two more questions.
Hi there. Thank you very much, and for congratulations for your both presentations, very interesting and high quality level. So thank you for that. So I take it that a large bit of the debate around physical literacy is much about identifying indicators or assessment physical literacy. But I would ask you what actually needs to be in place from a pedagogical perspective to make it happen. What at a micro level, in the PE lesson, in a physical year, for example, one school year, and of the lifespan educational of students from this pedagogical perspective.
Yeah, it's really difficult, and I think that there's it's an ongoing challenge, and you might think you've just cracked it, but as we know, children are ever changing, so that there is never an answer, because the children are ever changing. Each class is different. Each, I could teach the same time each week, but that environment is very different week by week. So I think it's about equipping teachers with that reflective practice, understanding what the goal is. So if this is the goal, trying to promote physical literacy through a holistic approach, person-centered approach, and these are your values, coupled with reflective practice. Okay, so what did you intend to do within that lesson? How successful was it, and for whom? Because it might be successful for some and not for others. But that continual reflection on where are your children? We meet the children where they are. What do they need? What learning would they benefit from? And then I like to say, how can we be designers of meaningful experiences? So we don't teach sports. We teach children through sport and physical activity, and we design meaningful experiences. So what is going to be meaningful for that class next week? And I often talk to a lot of primary teachers that struggle around 7 years old. They're starting to introduce small-sided games and games, and it breaks down really quickly because they don't have the social skills to win and lose gracefully, or to respect the referee, or to play by the rules. They start cheating. And we say, like, that's a social skill. We need to teach those social skills. So the design of that next meaningful experience is to facilitate those social skills. And we've got lots of ways in which we can do that pedagogically. So one of the struggles that we have in the UK is that sometimes we fall into those traditional approaches of that direct instruction, skill game, Well, that can be really beneficial in some circumstances in creating movement skills, for example, opportunities to practice, random practice, blocked practice, those sorts of things. But if we want to develop motivation or confidence or social skills, perhaps sport education or cooperative learning, or getting them to think critically about the problems and solutions, that is where we need a wider pedagogical toolkit. So understanding what the mission is, reflective practice, and then the research does say if you invest in teachers and their confidence and competence and their pedagogical skills, they're going to be more likely to be able to meet that aim and objective. But I think often I tell my teachers that we tend to prune, or like if we're gardeners, we take out elements and we need to take the weeds out, but actually we want a really diverse toolkit. And what we tend to do over teaching is we get narrower and narrower in our focus, whereas we want to actually increase trying new things, taking risks with our teaching, and because if we always do what we've always done, we'll always move in those same directions. So we need to be creative and brave within our teaching to bring about a different learning. So yeah, there's real tangibles. It's ever-changing, but with good pedagogy and a good mission, with reflective practice, we'll get there.
Yeah, the way I see it, the paradigm from what physical education should be, and physical literacy is a good goal. I think it has changed positively, but the paradigm in terms of how physical education is being taught is not changing. It's harder to change. So I think we need to focus on that, because without changing practices, we won't get physical literacy.
Thank you very much for your brief questions. I invite you to do the questions personally to Liz and João Mota along the day. We are on time. Thank you very much, Professor Liz and Professor João Mota, for your brilliant presentations. We have a lot to think. The presentations talk some important elements around what we want with physical literacy is to have everyone moving, be active for life, and today we have here the learning, the need for communication, cross-sectional collaboration. We have thoughts at the policy level until the school floor in physical education with a lot of strategies and pedagogies for intervening and for changing life. Thank you very much for your attention, and we invite you to chat and now to have the coffee break, okay? Thank you very much.
I would also like very shortly to introduce and to give the certificates for the two speakers and moderator as well. So.
Good morning. Please come in. So, good morning. My name is Inês, and I will guide you through an active break. So, please, stand up. So, be aware of the space around you. I don't want for someone to get accidentally hit. And we will start with a breathing exercise. So, we'll be breathing collectively. And what I want you to do is one hand on your chest, and another hand on your belly. And now, if you can, I will ask you to breathe only with your nose. So, breathe in and breathe out. And I want you to be aware of this. Which hand is moving the most? So, when we breathe in, is the belly hand that expands or the chest hand that expands? Be aware of that. So, and now, I want you to try to breathe through your belly end. It's not easy. Perhaps it will be a homework, but let's try. So, breathe in, moving this end. I'm seeing a lot of chest. Just another try. So, move this hand, please. Thank you. And now I want you to try to use this diaphragmatic breathing pattern through the exercise. I will give you two options. You can choose. Do you want to move your heart rate to the ceiling, or you want to do a more relaxing, breaking? So, heart rate or relaxing? Relaxing? Okay. So let's do just some mobility exercises, some stretching, and that's it. Follow me, please. So with your hands forward, chin tucked in, and let's stretch. Follow me. Shoulders away from the ears, not like this. And again. And now with your hand to the ceiling and lean. Oh, so beautiful. We're making waves. Again. Just one more time. Nice. And to finish, I'm just going sideways for you can see me. So with one leg, yeah. Your heel to the ground is cheating if your heel goes upwards, and we want to move our hips forward without the heeling going upwards. And then like this, and if you can, expert mode to the side. Nice. And now, good. The same thing, but with the other leg. No cheating. So, heels to the ground, hips forward. And now, okay, you are all experts. I'll follow you. And the other one. Thank you so much. Enjoy the presentations.
So good morning and welcome to the second symposium of the day. My name is Marlene Nunes Silva and I'll be hosting this session where we will have the privilege to host two distinguished guests for two inspiring keynotes. About both presentations, we will have a 30-minute presentation and after a 20-minute presentation, followed by a roundtable discussion of 10 minutes where you can pose questions to both of the speakers. So thank you all for being here. And without further delay, our first keynote is Professor José António Ribeiro Maia. He is a full professor of the Faculty of Sports, University of Porto, internationally recognized for his research with over 3 decades of experience. His work focuses and employs a unique cross-cultural approach. He has led large-scale studies in Portugal, Brazil, Mozambique, Peru, funded by national and international agencies. So he will be presenting the challenge of the React Covid project. Professor Maia, the stage is yours.
Well, good morning to everyone. Welcome also. I really hope that you had a very good night's sleep. And I also hope that you are all doing very well and healthy. That's my first wish. The second is to thank the organizing committee for inviting me. They were very, very, very kind. At my age, still asking me to run a little. Well, I will talk about this project, the React project, trying to follow the rules, 30 minutes. You probably don't remember yet already, but in 2020, we faced an unprecedented challenge. A virus never thought of, spread around the world. In March 11, the WHO declared it a pandemic. And in March 16, the Portuguese government declared it a problem, and our lives were shut down. The lives as we knew them were really shut down, and you are really struggling to find out how to live in a world that we never faced before. During this time, together with my younger colleague, Sarah Pereira, we start having a problem. How can we know what happened to children during this time that were shut down? And so we start thinking during September, October, November, about doing something. And we thought about this word, react, return to action. So what families, physical education teachers and communities, they need to know about children's growth, motor development, and health behaviors. Fortunately, we start with a big perfume, well, a set of perfumes. We managed to gather an international team made up by colleagues from Portugal, some of them are here, from the United States and Brazil, and we also had the big fortune of having a steering committee of 2 distinguished colleagues from Canada, J.P. Chaput, and from the United States, David Stoughton. At the very beginning, we started small. By the way, we had the chance of being funded by the Portuguese Foundation for Science and Technology, and they were very, very generous in giving us some good money. So at the very beginning, we started small and had only 2 aims. At the very beginning, to assess children's growth, motor development, and health behaviors after the COVID-19 pandemic, and then to follow their trajectories during 18 months using a novel technology called Meu Educativo, I will come to it in a minute, to see how things changed in children, mostly in their fundamental movement skills, and how that impact other areas of their development. Well, I live in the most beautiful place in the world. It's called Matosinhos, near Porto. As the place where you live is the most beautiful place in the world, of course. So we start with these problems. So Matosinhos is organized in 4 clusters of parishes. Each of them has between 5 to 11 schools. There are 9 school clusters. The overall, that's 33 primary schools, and the number of children is about 4,700. And our challenge was to sample 1,000 children from 25 schools. That was the real challenge. Well, how did we set up the study? We were, shall I say, we used Uri Bronfenbrenner bioecological systems theory, whereby we tried to collect information about children, their family, their school, their environment, and neighborhood. And each of these domains, we had a lot of information, really a nightmare of information. And so the design was very simple at the very beginning, but React was a living thing. As things were moving on, we challenged the City Hall, and the City Hall challenged us. So instead of having just a cross-sectional study, the very, very small longitudinal study, shall I call it, with 18 months, we followed kids during 3 years. And so that's it. 1,000, that's what our target. But as we moved on, we had other cohorts in the study. So by the end, with this mixed longitudinal study, by the end, we have about 3,000 data points for each variable, which is very huge thing. That's, well, it's a perfume, but it's a nightmare to work with. We face another challenge or a problem, how to set up a quality control program so that we could be sure that our data was as reliable as possible. So our data quality control was based in 5 domains. So first was staff training, a pilot study, data collection, data entry and cleaning, and the analysis. By the way, for data entry and cleaning, we had to come up with a specific software so that there was no problems already during the data entry. There are possible values that are manageable to punch. If there's something wrong, the software did not allow them to use it. And of course, we have 1,000 kids. In fact, 1,500. But let's keep it 1,000. To gather all the information within these 4 facets of the study, children, school, family, environment, and neighborhood, and have all that merged was a nightmare. We had another problem. Can we set up a governance and managing plan so that the main researchers, the principal investigators, could link themselves with the steering committee, the City Hall team, which means the educational department, all physical education teachers, all classroom teachers, and the directors of each school, and the director of each school cluster. That was also a problem that we had to face. Unfortunately, everything went very well. Now, let me just give you an idea of what happened during each year. I called it the great adventure of every school year. So we had 1,000 kids spread around 25 schools. We have 2 to 3 teams, 2 or 3 cars, and they made each year about 350 trips to get the data. We have to give something. We have to give something. So each year, we had 1,000 individual reports sent to parents in color and in paper. In color and in paper. We have also reports for each school, and there's also reports for each school cluster. So every year, I hope you forgive us all, we have 10,000 copies to send to everyone. The team was amazing, really amazing. They work about 10 hours a day. I told them, well, if you are in this study, it's a 24-hour job. And we had, of course, permanent contacts with everyone. By the way, every parent has my phone number, and my colleagues had a phone number. Every one of them has also my email, and they called me many, many times. And some told me many, many, many stories, because during that time, the war in Ukraine started also. It was a wonderful experience. So this is our army. To do such a thing, you need an army. When I first met the City Hall Mayor, I said, Mr. President, Mrs. President, we need an army. She looked at me. Yes, to do this, we need an army. And this is our army. Wonderful people, did a good job, great job. I will not speak much about the science of it. I leave it to you in a minute. But we try to focus on 4 domains: education, social relevance, politics, and research. So this is it. As my previous colleague was speaking about physical literacy, of course we were not inspiring in them. They inspired in us. They read all about this first. So for each kid, we have this report each year about physical growth, body composition, physical fitness, fundamental movement skills, and physical activity. So this is the report. And we wrote a letter to each parent so that the parent could understand what was in the report. Yes, not all were aware of what was in the report, so we wrote a letter especially trying to explain how to read it and how to interpret the report. We did the same for the school report under the design. Sarah was the responsible for this artwork. We did the same for each school, special report, special letter, and for school clustering, the same thing. Now we challenge kids, 1,000, well, it was 1,500, but let's keep it 1,000. We challenge them. Please tell us how you feel or how you felt during the REACT project, during all our visits. We challenge them to make drawings or some kind of composition. And in the first year, we had 3 prizes for the best of them. So the first was a free week of sports offered by City Hall. The second one was 1 free week of surfing. And the third was 1 free week of skating. And then in the last year, we changed a little. In the primary school, there are 4 years. So this time, there are 3 prizes for each year. Number 1, number 2, and number 3, year 1, and so there was 12 prizes. And we also make it differently. And these drawings and these compositions were exhibited in the City Hall for everyone to see. So there was a public exhibition. I managed to convince the chief editor of the Portuguese Journal of Sports Sciences, well, he's my friend, long-time friend, so it was not very hard to convince him to have a special issue of the Portuguese Journal of Sports Sciences just devoted to the baseline data. We wrote it differently, in a format of question-response. So in the various domains, we thought, what parents would like to know about what happened. Or say, anyone who could access to the journal, they could ask, just know what happened to kids. So this was written in this format, question and answer. But every chapter is illustrated with the drawings of the kids. So the best of them illustrates the journal with something, I think, rather nice, rather nice. By the way, this is the cover. And here is writing who won the first prize. And in the very first page of the journal is this composition of this kid. He did excellent. Now, in the last year, we were pregnant. We did a scan and thought there was only one baby for the last report. In fact, there were two, were twins. So this is the first one. The first one also, we had the opportunity of working with an artist who did all the drawings and paintings. So the first one gives normative data. And again, before normative data, we wrote 3-4 pages trying to explain everyone who can read it how to interpret it, so that it could be simple. But furthermore, with the help of a member of the team, who is a mathematician and software programmer, we designed in Excel simple tools whereby physical educations could use, I'll go in a minute, and immediately came out with automated self-reports for kids, parents, and for himself. And this is the second, the other twin pair. And in here, again in this format of question and answer, we just used the first and last year in very simple analysis, trying to show what happened to growth, to overweight and obesity, to physical fitness, to other aspects of motor development, to nutrition, and to barriers to sports participation, and so on. So these are nice, aren't they? Very nice. I hope you like it if you can read Portuguese. By the way, they are free. We were not happy with everything. I told you React was a living thing. So in 2023, we wrote a book. 500 pages, that's a lot, huh? That's a lot. 500 pages, 24 authors, was this big army that wrote this book in 24 chapters, so one, this was crazy, real crazy, to write this book. So we wrote this book, 500 pages, and it's free. It's free, it's a free book, free book. Not yet happy. The next year, we wrote another book. This time differently, because, I will explain in a minute, we challenged the City Hall to do something with the old physical education program that is not changed for about 20 years. So we suggested something new. So this time, the title was provocative, Teaching Movement Through Games, a developmental perspective. 300 pages, you see, we write a lot. We write a lot. 18 authors, 17 chapters, divided in these 3 blocks. And in the third block, we have games, all related to one of the fundamental movement skills, nicely illustrated. And in each game, we have levels of complexity. So it depends on where children are. So we provide examples with increasing complexity. It's free also. Now here is an example. Here is an example. So in this we call it React XLS number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. So this is an Excel file, very simple. You have a sheet in front of you. You just write the name of the kid, the assessments, and you just click the name and pops out the output. So you see, well, here you have but you can hear it. You have the results of the child, the average of the class, of his class, and my interest in biology. I call it sex, because you call it the minimum, the maximum. Then you have the chart, where children stand, and how to interpret it. So everything is here. Of course, we also have it, if you want a kind of multivariate profile, you also want it. Okay? My colleague called ipsative approach. I like that word. I thought it was forgotten for many years. It comes from psychology. I thought it was lost, but sometimes it is revived. I like it. And now it's the magic of React 5. So this is at the beginning of the year. It copied my error. It copied. So this is in the beginning of the year. So the physical education teachers assess every kid, and that's it, in the beginning. That's the end. Yes, that's the end. And then it's what happened between the beginning and the end. Yes? And in the last one, this is only for the physical education teacher. So here you see, in all these, shall we say, physical fitness components, where each child stands. If it's green, well, it's flat, the color of the box is flat. If it screams okay, it's red, it's okay. And here you see, did we change or not? Were my teaching successful or not within each of these physical fitness components? This is free also. Now let's come to politics. You still remember these pictures? Are you aware of them? Are you aware of them? So, well, I live in Matosinhos. I think, how much time do I still have?
Around 9 minutes.
That's okay. If I don't get to the end, there's no problem. I like this word lobbying. It's a very nice word, very nice word. We also had someone who lobbied through the City Hall mayor. I met her, challenged this project, and we had a very close connection, because to get to schools, you need a key. To get to schools, to parents, to physical education teachers, to class teachers, you need a key. And the key is in the hands of the City Hall mayor. The key, that's the key. She gave us the key. She gave us the key. And we have a strategic cooperation with the City Hall in terms of education and sports. More, we have to give the City Hall mayor something and the city councillors. We know they are very busy people. They don't read much. So, okay, let's do every year a fact sheet. No more than 5 pages, 7 the most. And these 5 to 7 pages, you have to print out everything that happened, what was the most important, and what needs to be done. So these are examples of our fact sheets. Sarah Pereira is here, I say my younger colleague. She's half my age. I can call it my younger colleague. All this artwork, it's her job. Now, time for intervention. As I told you, during at least the 20 years, nothing had changed. Well, they changed the design in the site of the Ministry of Education. But in essence, nothing changed. So we suggested a new approach to be implemented in the City Hall. So we did a pilot study, And our focus was on physical, motor, cognitive, social, emotional, and cultural. That's our central domains of this new approach. It's not physical literacy, by the way. Would it be better to call it motor literacy, maybe? Who knows? So, for the classes, we had ideas, but we discussed them all with all physical education teachers and the education department. So we set up this together, so that we could arrive at what was thought to be best, given the foundations of our approach and what was in the official program. And they had it in the app, in their cell phone. So each time they're in the class, they go to the cell phone and pew, that's the class that was previously discussed. Now about social relevance. Like here, we have 4 international meetings held at City Hall. They were very generous, like the NGO that invited me to come. I don't know whom to thank, but I thank you very much for your generosity. I'm in a good hotel. They feed us well, but I should say more than well, more than well. So we have these 4 international meetings. We brought international team to Matosinhos City Hall, and the City Hall paid for everything. They were very, very, very generous, very, very generous. They paid everything. Very nice people, very nice people. But we had kids who were overweight and obese. So we offered something more. We asked these kids and mothers, because fathers are very reluctant to be assessed, and to those we offer a new assessment to see if beyond the being overweight and obese, they have this, what is called metabolic syndrome. So we assessed them, and we sent, this time was about 5 to 6 pages long report to each family, explaining all about the results, and this small, lifestyle sheet, can I call it? My English is not as good as my Portuguese. Well, it's, for those who cannot read Portuguese, it's small changes, big results. Be active, eat well, sleep better. Again, Sarah designed this. I wonder if she could be an artist other than what she is now. I still have 2 minutes? 4 minutes, okay. So this is one of our tasks, a real task, to convince the editor-in-chief of the American Journal of Human Biology to have a special number on React. He was very friendly. We just wrote 1 page. We just wrote 1 page, trying to convince him about the importance of this project, the relevance of it. And since it's American Journal of Human Biology, they were really interested. And the editor-in-chief responded very positively. So he wrote all these 8 papers on baseline data. Of course, we have more to read, more to write, but although we have this big army, not many armies to write, not many members to write. That's the challenge. Well, some of the main findings are here. I will not go through it. I ask you, please go through the papers. But remember, we have kids within schools, within neighborhoods. That calls for what is named now hierarchical linear model, multi-level models, or mixed models, whatever name you want to call them. That's okay, that's okay. So this is a challenge. This is a real challenge. So all of them were written within this framework. If you want to know something about React, that's it. We have a web page. We could not write it in English. No time. But here it is, if you want to just react, and that's it. And you react, and you react. Well, thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Professor, for the insightful presentation and for the strict fulfillment of the time. We will move on for the next keynote speaker. So we will have Professor Tânia Gaspar. She is an associate professor with aggregation at Lusófona University and the director of the Center for Psychology, Innovation and Knowledge. She has 2 PhDs, both in psychology and management, and a master in public health. She's the president of Aventura Social Association and the principal investigator for Portugal in the study Health Behavior in School-Aged Children, a study of WHO. She also leads the Portuguese Laboratory for Healthy Workplaces and serves as a key expert for patient satisfaction initiatives. So it is with great pleasure that I give you the floor, Professor.
So, okay, thank you. So, the challenge was speak about health literacy, and when Jose asked me to choose what I'm going to speak, I choose this because it's a good challenge, a very high challenge for us, because we are a team that study several group age, so since children, adolescents, young people, adults, and old people. And we decide to put together all this data and try to understand how health literacy is related with health habits, social relations, and the contexts that those age groups live. So this is very interesting because we have 4 samples for different group ages, and we use the same variables to all the groups, not the same. For children, we use different instruments because they are children, but for youth, adults, and old people, we use the same instruments. So it's very interesting to see the same variables from all these group ages. So, first of all, what is health literacy? So, health literacy, it's a very complex content. So it means that we have to have access, and access is we have institutions, we have information, and we can have this information for us. But also we need to understand this information, so we really need to have skills and knowledge to understand the information. Afterwards, we have to make decisions about this information for our lives and act on it. So I have to put in practice this change. This is a very hard and difficult movement. So in order to help people, we have to understand which are the other variables that are influence the risk behavior in order to help people to have a healthier choice. So those are our reports and our studies. The first one is the HBSC, the Health Behavior School-Age Children, the WHO study that is developed in 51 countries, and we carried out in Portugal. The other study, it's about the workers and the young students, and we have another report about old people. About children and adolescents, we have the sample of Health Behavior School-Age Children. We study children from 6th grade to 12th grade in our representative sample of Portuguese students. And when we ask them about health literacy, they have more difficulties, for instance, in relation to, I'm confident that I can compare health-related information from different sources. And also, I'm confident I can give reasons for the choice I make regarding health. And also, in relation to mental health, they have lots of different difficulties. And this is really important because lots of them have information about internet, social networks, and it's difficult for them to choose which are the right information. So we have 44% that have low health literacy and 28% have high level of literacy. And the sixth grade have less low health and more high health literacy. And girls have more moderate health literacy. We never know about if because, you know, this is a perception of youth, so we never know if they really know or if they have the perception they know, but that's the perception, what they say. So we are going to compare the different levels of health literacy with other variables, mainly the mental health and well-being variables. So when we analyzed this data, we saw that the children and adolescents that have high health literacy, they also have more life satisfaction, more well-being, less physical symptoms, less psychological symptoms, and less stress. And this is also for moderate and also for low health literacy. In related to eating habits, the ones that have high health literacy also have eating more fruits, more vegetables, less sweets, and less soft drinks. The same happens with other health habits like physical activity, I think, not exercise. Also physical activity, healthy sleep, and also the use of cigarettes and alcohol. Also in relation to the relationship with the friends and teachers and parents, and also the school, like in school, the ones have higher health literacy, they also have better results on all those relations. So afterwards we studied the university students, so the higher education students, and we also have students from 18 to 35. And we noticed that they also have high levels of difficulties about health literacy. So I understand information about what to do in a medical emergency, and also the advantages and disadvantages of different treatment options, and also about how manage mental health problems and make decisions to improve my health and well-being. So we have higher levels of difficulties about these decisions and how to get this information and what to do with this information. So here we saw that 43% show low health literacy and just 6% show a high level of health literacy. The older students have better health literacy and no gender differences. The same as we saw with the children. In relation to mental health and well-being variables, we saw that the students that have high health literacy, they have better well-being, less stress, less anxiety, and less depression. In relation to lifestyle, the ones who have high health literacy, they have better eating habits, better sleeping habits, and better physical activity habits. About the consumptions, we don't have a big difference about the others, but about screen dependence, the ones who have high health literacy have less screen dependency. In relation to the contests, the ones who have low health literacy, they also have a worse relation with the teachers, with the peers, we have less good future expectations, and they have a better perception about university healthy learning environment. So we can find difference in relations and also with the context. About professionals. So this is the data from the Portuguese Lab for Healthy Workplaces, and we collect data from several professionals for different activity sectors. We also have professionals from 34 to retirement. We have different education level, and in relation to health literacy, we have 32 have low health literacy and 9% have high health literacy. So those are the ones that have better results than the other groups. But also here we can see that about the advantages and disadvantages about different treatment options. 80% have difficulties and find information how to manage mental health problems. 26%, and make decisions about health and well-being like 24%. So we still have lots of ways to improve these results. We also see the same results. So about mental health, the professionals that have high health literacy, they also have better well-being, less stress, and less burnout. About the eating habits, the health, sleep, and physical activity also. And about the consumptions, we have just difference in screen dependence. We have a very strange result about cigarettes, but it's not significant, so we don't need to think about too much, but it's that the result. Probably can have something about the age, because you know some group age are more they smoke more than the others, so probably could be like that, but we have to see in a deeper analysis. And in relation to context, it's the same. The relation with leadership, with the colleagues, and with the health or environmental, it's better than the ones who have low health literacy. So about the older individuals, we use two scales. One about health literacy and another about e-health literacy. This is a job that we have done with the General Director of Health in order to see if we starting giving just information about health using technology, some of the people stay without this information. So we try to do with this study in order to identify who are the persons that are going to become excluded if the information just going to be done online. So we also have people from 55 until 100 or something like that. Most of them have just until 12th grade of education, so we found no gender difference in health literacy, but about e-health literacy, the men have more. The older individuals have less health literacy and have less e-health literacy, and the ones who have less education, they also have less health literacy and e-health literacy. Now, about the difficulties, they show the same pattern than the other age, but in a more intense way. So they understand information about medical emergency, the advantages and disadvantages, how to manage mental health problems, and also other variables. They show difficulty to understand or to act about health. About e-health, the results are a little bit worse. So for instance, I have the skills. I need to evaluate the health resources I find at the internet. More than half don't understand or don't agree they have. I can tell high quality from new quality. They can see if the information is have low or high quality, they don't know. And they trust or they are confident in using information about the internet to make health decisions. So this information is very important in order to understand that probably older people cannot use this kind of information. So about health literacy, we saw that we have half of the population have low health literacy, and in relation to e-health literacy, 67% have low health literacy. We have the same pattern about mental health and well-being, about the lifestyle, about the dependence, and about the relation. One thing it's very interesting, the ones that are in senior university present higher levels of health literacy, and the ones that are retired but with the professional activity, they also are protected and have high levels of literacy. We never know what is the chicken and the egg, but it's like that. So, excluding the children, because the instruments used are other, but the other groups we can compare now. So we saw that young people, the university students, have 43% of low health literacy, the professional 32%, and the older people have 50%. So we can identify that the professionals are the ones who have better health literacy. So what we found with these results, these results are consistent through the life cycle. And this is important to see that we can find that if we have a clear relation between health literacy and psychological, physical, and social health, and the relation with the contexts. We don't know what is influencing what, but we can find a very strong relation. We have groups in a higher risk, like young people and older people have a greater risk. And the most difficult areas that we identify was the greater difficulty in relation to mental health and to making health decisions about the information they have. Older adults, about illiteracy, they have lower illiteracy, and they felt that they have lack of skills and don't trust on this information to make decisions on health. And this high health literacy, it's associated better biopsychosocial and context health. So what we can do about this, because it's important to have information and to have evidence-based, but we also need to make some decisions. So we develop 4 policy briefs with this information to our health ministry in order to inspire them to make some decisions about that and decide what we really need to do to promote health literacy in each of these groups, because they have something in common, but they also have specificities. So we should make the intervention a multi-level intervention, so giving global information for everyone, but also specific information for higher groups. And obviously, some people need a more focused, indicated intervention. So we would like to have some projects that are going to implement these results. And afterwards, after 2 years, we're going to assess again in order to see if we have improvements on this matter. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. How lucky am I? Exceptional keeping of time. So we will have time for a good discussion. We have 5 extra minutes. You were great. So I will now open the floor for the roundtable discussion. And it's the opportunity for you to engage with our 2 keynotes and touch upon these key themes that were addressed or others related that you may want to question. We have one question there.
Marlene, I don't know if I'm the first one, but I'll start it.
You
so
are.
I'm Antonio. So the question is for Tanya, because I was looking and kind of thinking about health literacy and that the older people have less health literacy, but maybe that's also in part because that's when they start having more health issues. And have you looked into the ones that have any health issue, even if they are younger, if they also experience more or less health literacy?
Okay, yes, we don't know that, but we can know because we have information about chronic illness. So we know for younger people and youth and professionals if they have or not. So we can do this analysis in order to see if we can find difference between the group that have health problems or not. So yeah, could be.
Good morning. Thanks for the really good presentations. My question is regarding this last one. So I noticed that when we move to the older, we have less and less men. Sorry. So the percentage of responses go low. So I question if we can still say that this is representative of the whole Portuguese population. That is one question. Another one is, how was this collected? It was by phone, it was face-to-face, it's based on questionnaires, so thank you.
Okay, yes, it's a common problem in our studies. So in the first one, it's in school contests, so we doing this in school contests. So the kids are at the classroom and they have to fill the questionnaire in the classroom, just the ones that parents allow them, of course, but we have access to almost all the population. In other studies, they all volunteer. The others are volunteer too, but it's a different contest. So normally the women are more available to fill the questionnaires and participate in research. So probably, in the older people, we know probably that we have more women than men at this stage. So yeah, but it's in the research, this characteristic that people have to be volunteer, they have to accept to participate. We always have this situation. In the other, the data collection, the others, to the adults, we have done university students and professionals. The questionnaire was online, so we send them a link. Was the organization that sent internally a link to the professionals in the field. In the older people, in order to, we have access to everyone, so we have two ways to data collection. One, it's online. For instance, senior university and so on. But we have a researcher that went to, old people nursery rooms or, nursery houses, health centers, I don't know, something the old people are, and they have done the data collection individually, in order to give them opportunity to fill the questionnaire. So we have different ways to do data collection. Because if we have them just online, lots of people become out of the study.
More questions? So while I'm giving you space to warm up a little bit, I will invite each keynoter to share one practical takeaway note of their research that could help educators, practitioners, policymakers to advance physical and mental well-being in schools and in the communities. Let's start to hear your reflections, Professor Zé.
Well, don't be shy to ask questions. Yeah. You can always ask if you can answer or not, but that's another issue. Well, the first thing that happened when we presented the baseline data to the City Hall was a decision, a political decision. Well, let me start from the very beginning. For those who are not Portuguese. Well, in Portugal, physical education is mandatory during the primary school years. But it does not exist. Because teachers, class teacher, are expected to run this, and they are not always prepared to do it. So each city hall offers extracurricular activities. And I should say Matosinhos is the best. It was the first to start, and it's a government decision, that was the first to start, and they offer a lot of extracurricular activities. Because we are by the sea, we offer surf, roller skating, golf. Well, you name them. You name them. We offer them. We offer them. We are very, not too rich as a city hall, but there is a lot of generosity and political interest in the education of kids. So the first decision, and this is very important, the city councillor that was responsible for education wanted immediately, instead of only one time for physical education as an extracurricular activity, to have two, immediately. He didn't think about implications, because more money, so need more physical education teachers, more spaces. How to balance this extra hour with the other extracurricular activities. So the decision was to implement it in the first two years, first and second, and probably next year they'll do in the third and fourth years, just based on the results. because they were worried, a little worried. Some of the results are excellent, more excellent than we expected. I told you, I live in the best place in the world, so the best kids, the best parents, best everything. The best politicians, because they gave us all that we asked for, which is really amazing. But the most important thing was this interest in change, and in doing it, and in doing it. And also, something that we found that is really challenging for us. The politicians trust us. When you give them results, you do something and say 1 week, 2 weeks after, there you go, there you have results. And parents also. So everyone has everything, everything. And this is trust. And when there is trust, interest in children development, and this aligns with the politics of the City Hall, they do it. They do it. And I think this is my take-home message. Trust.
Okay. Thank you, Professor. Giving the right of the contradiction statement, I think we have Lisboa City Council here, and we live in the best city of Portugal. So stay for the next session on Lisboa Ativa, yes, where we will see initiatives throughout the lifespan. Do you want to say something, Nadia?
It's more, it's turn on, yes. It's more about how the city can challenge us to be more active during
Throughout life?
Yes.
Throughout the life stage. Okay. Yeah. I was just
Okay. Well, just to give you a clue, I am 71 years old. 71. It looks like I'm younger, but this is 71. And there is one time that I spent 10 years of my life studying a small community in Portugal. 10 years. And during these 10 years, we were in this location, and the City Hall was involved, the medical center was involved, parents, everyone was involved. I had also the chance to have 2 PhD students that spend their lives there. And when it's, let's say, small and medium-sized places, you can run things. I wish you all the best. I wish you all the best. Lisbon is on another scale.
Yes, and so because of that, our model is based on communities and change the dynamic of the communities, because it's smaller, and then 1 and +1, and we can change the city dynamic for physical activity.
I wish you all the best.
Thank you. I'm going to need it.
Be very patient.
So,
takeaway.
Okay, I want to say 2 things. One of them, our results show that health literacy, it's really a key variable. We don't know what influences what, but normally we have a difficulty in policies to define a priority. So we know that health literacy is related with mental health, with physical health, with social health, and with context health. So it's important, if we develop better the health literacy, the other variables going to be influenced. Other thing, it's old new, it's something that we defend for a long time. So information, it's not enough, because if you don't have skills, if you don't trust this information, and if you don't know what to do and where to do, actions with information, it's not enough. So we really need to understand that in order to do health literacy, we have to go to each group, age group, and specific groups in order to see what they need, how they can translate this information in skills, in action. Yes.
That's a very important thing.
porque eu ontem estava à frente deles, era mais fácil. Deixo a gerir, não preciso pôr o tempo eu. Está bem.
Okay, good morning and thank you for joining this oral presentation session. It is a pleasure to be here together with my colleague Ana Paulo, and we are very happy to have you all with us. Let's beginning with our first presenter, Priscilla. The stage is yours.
Thank you. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here. I will present a study from Stay Up project. I want to say thank you for my colleagues that are here today that coordinate this project with me. We are from Instituto Piaget, Almada, and inside Piaget Research Center. This study is the title, Exploring the Moderating Effect of Fall Efficacy on the Association between Physical Function and Risk of Falls among older adults. Falls are a major public health concern in older adults. Data from the United States shows that 1 in 4 senior Americans fall every day. Every 20 minutes, a senior died from a fall. And in Europe, the reality is similar. They often lead to a fall often leads to loss of independence and reduced quality of life. We know that physical risk factors are well known, such as strength, balance, and gait. However, psychological factor aspects, such as fall efficacy, are less studied. A little concern may be health, a little concern about falls maybe health, it shows awareness of the risk, but too much concern can be harmful. It leads activity avoidance, muscle loss, and higher fall risk. This we can call fall circle in seniors. Fall can be increase the risk of another fall. So we want to explore how concern about falling interacts with physical ability in predicting falls. And we understand fall efficacy as the confidence or concern about falling during the daily activities. So our study objective was to examine if falls efficacy moderates the association between physical performance and fall risk in community-dwelling older adults. Our main question was, does fall efficacy moderate the link between physical performance and fall risk? It was the design of our study was a cross-sectional study. Participate the community dwelling older adults from Stay Up Fall Prevention Project, project. The inclusion criteria was age above 65 years and participate in the club of movement with a frequency of exercise frequency twice a week. We assessed physical function with hand grip strays, lower limb strays with the test 5 times sit-to-stand repetition, agility with time up and go test, gait speed with 9 meters walking test. Psychological factor was fall efficacy. We assessed with the FAST2 Portuguese version, and as the independent variable was the fall in the last 12 months. We did a binary logistic regression with the interaction terms to test the moderation. This was our model, our proposed model with fall efficacy moderating the association with physical functional and fall. As a result, we had a sample with 280 community dwelling older adults, mostly women, with mean age 71 years. And as the main findings, fall efficacy emerged as a significant independent predictor of fall risk. All older adults with great concern about falling had 2.6 higher odds of reporting a fall. And lower limb strength, assessed by 5 repetition sit-to-stand test, was also a significant independent predictor of fall risk. Hand grip, agility, hand grip stretch, agility, and gait speed was not significant relate with falls, and no significant interaction effects was found between fall efficacy and any measure of physical function. Falls efficacy acts as an independent predictor, but not as a moderate. So as a conclusion, these finds highlight the importance of considering psychological factors such as concern about falling when designing fall prevention programs. We are going to a second phase of our project, and we are working in a design preventive program, exercise program, and we want to adopt these psychological factors as an education component of our program. False effects emerged as an independent predictors of fall risk, reinforce the fear of or concern about falling, play a critical role in fall vulnerability. Effective prevention should integrate both physical and psychological components, promoting stress, balance, and confidence in daily activity. And future studies should explore longitudinal and intervention-based approaches to better understand the causal pathway and optimize multidimensional strategies. Thank you a lot.
Thank you, Priscilla. Questions, please? Okay.
Thank you and congratulations. Great work. I'm reflecting upon some conversations I've witnessed over the years, and on the one hand, fall prevention messaging is very useful and good. But on the other hand, I've heard people, particularly elderly people, say it also creates fear for me.
Yeah.
So I wondered how you might better advise people to communicate messages about fall prevention that might not elicit fear.
Fear of falling, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. We are working in an intervention program, and we want to work with elderlies with education and exercise program together. Also to prepare them to have this avoidance of the fear of falling is good because protected elderly, but not so much. So you have to have concern, but not so much that avoid them to do exercise and physical activity, because if they had a lot of concern of fear of falling, the fear of falling is also strongly associated with fall. So we have to find the right way to work with them to improve confidence to go outside to do their daily activity with confidence, but a little concern to protect themselves to not fall.
Okay.
Thank you, Kazimierz Waluch. So, some time ago, we had a small project for elderly people to preventing falling. It was giving them some technique of judo, how to fall, but without risks. What do you think? That we can use it?
Yes, yes. I know some works in this line with judo techniques. This is very nice because increase confidence to fall safe. Yeah, it's perfectly. We can talk later about that because we are designing our exercise protocol and we can add some kind of exercise that teach elderly how to fall with safety as if it was possible.
Yeah, of course, and the results of this project was really incredible because, you know, the confidence from myself, from themselves, was increasing really a lot. So an effect was incredible. So of course, because I like judo and judo is my life, so I think it will be nice to introduce the technique of judo, not of course for fighting, but for protect myself. For elderly people is really useful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Priscilla. Let's move. So the next one is Flavio.
Okay, works like this. Good. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to show my work. Today I'm going to talk about parenting modeling and interpersonal support in relation to moderate physical activity and vigorous physical activity in 9 to 12-year-olds. It's a cross-sectional DPAS study. So physical activity, we know it's essential for health, for children's health and development. However, most children worldwide do not meet the requirements. We know parenting modeling is potentially a determinant, and in a lot of cases also social support shows a strong influence in children's physical activity levels. However, very few studies separate moderate physical activity, MPA, from vigorous physical activity, VPA. Even though VPA is 4 times more efficient than MPA in terms of preventing death from all causes when we're talking about per minute. This is actually a very recent study. I highly recommend it. So, in terms of objectives of this work, we wanted to examine how social support would correlate with child's MPA and VPA. We wanted to examine how parenting modeling would correlate to it. We wanted to evaluate if MPA and VPA would behave differently, and we wanted to specifically see for this middle childhood phase, so 9 to 12. In terms of methods, we used 172 diets from 3 countries, Belgium, Czechia, and Ireland. We use accelerometer data for about a week, and we also used for social support questionnaires. In terms of data analysis for normal distribution, we used Pearson. For non-normal distribution, we used Spearman. We also tried adjusted models to see potential confounding factors like sex, country, or socioeconomic status. We also, lastly, did a post hoc taking high standard deviation values to see if something else would emerge. So, results. I would like to point out that one of the most interesting things about this study would be that child sex is very balanced. However, For parents' sex, mostly it was mothers. So socioeconomic status very high. It's from 3 very developed countries. And overall, a very interesting detail is that parent VPA, as you can see on average, is quite low. Now, results. First of all, parenting modeling. So, sorry, let me adjust it. Parents' MPA directly correlates to child MPA, but not VPA. While, at the same time, parent VPA correlates a bit more modestly to child VPA. So, first of all, we're seeing that parents' VPA does not correlate to MPA of the child and vice versa, which is already a very interesting result that will give it a bit of more thought ahead. For adjusted models, we had virtually no significant changes, minor increases, minor decreases, but no actual relevant changes in the data. In terms of post hoc, I'll talk about it here. So this is the data for social support, and we only got a positive correlation and a weak one when we're talking about co-participation of parents. In the post-hoc, however, we got a correlation in peer support to child VPA in minutes. I'll talk about what probably happened in a second. So out of all of those potential social support, teachers, peers, and parents, only co-participation showed up as relevant. So why is MPA directly higher than VPA in terms of correlation, especially in modeling? Well, first of all, for parents, it's much easier to impose less risk of injury to actually do MPA. And as we've seen before, most parents actually do have a very low VPA. While VPA was previously linked to peer support in school activities, in this study we got no result for this age group specifically. In terms of teacher support, there's a very interesting detail. So some studies show that teacher support is relevant and potentially a determinant. A lot of studies also show that it is not. One thing we notice in terms of pattern, and it's a suggestion I make to the audience for future research, is that longitudinal studies, intervention studies tend to show a correlation, but non-intervention studies tend to not show a correlation, which was the case of this study in particular. I wanted to show you this. This is raw data from child VPA and parent VPA. Do you think it behaves similarly? Because we've been grouping parental VPA together with MPA, but look at the distribution. Most parents have close to a 0. This is a non-normal distribution that we're grouping with a bigger group of normal distributed. So is MVPA really the best way to assess this determinant? So, in conclusion, VPA probably adds more noise, especially when we're talking about parental MVPA than actual data, because it behaves completely differently. VPA has many specific benefits, and it should be looked at individually because of it. And for this specific age group, parental co-participation and modeling seems to be much more relevant. In terms of limitations, like every work, we only had an European setup, 75% mothers, high income. Each country only had one school, mainly the same classroom, very educated parents, and because this is a cross-sectional, we cannot measure direction of the effect. Thank you very much for your attention.
So we're open for questions. Are there any?
Yes.
Physical activity doesn't correlate. Which teacher? Because in this age, they have a lot of teachers. It's the physical education teacher.
So you can actually see the questions. It was made to about a broad range of teachers, not specifically PE. So basically what we're seeing is that almost for sure PE teachers have an influence, but the overall teacher team clearly has no effect if not specifically trained for that, which is what we could see in intervention studies specifically. They have a plan, they have a strategy, and therefore they have results. Otherwise, nothing.
Thank you. Second question.
Well, congratulations for your work. I'm sorry. I was wondering, well, a suggestion. Father and child, or mother and child, or father, mother, and child, they are not independent. So in technical terms, you can use an analysis based on diets. You see? Instead of using simple correlations and trying to remove all the effects, maybe using dyadic data analysis or triadic would probably uncover what happens within the family. Because they're not independent. Am I active because my father is active? Or is he active because I'm active? So the correlation does not explain anything about real causality. But modeling as this, maybe it could bring something new. Just a suggestion.
We also did...
and you could add covariates. And you have countries. So countries needs dummy coding. What happens within each country. I know the sample is small, but just a thought.
So country almost definitely would be a potential at least confounding factor, but we didn't have enough data because 95% of both the child and parents were from the country itself, so it didn't show as a potential confoundant when we tested. In terms of sex, again, it's mainly because of sample size and also the fact that it was mostly mothers. We also did a meta-analysis on MVPA specifically, and with current data we have, we could not find a specific effect of sex either of the parents or of the child. It's a different work from this one. But we probably need more data, and specifically data that separates for sex, because most data just puts all parents together, and as we've seen, there's a high tendency for being mostly mothers who engage in these activities, at least for this age group.
So we're moving to the next presenter, Sofia Franco.
Sorry, I'm not that tall. Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Sofia. I'm a PhD student here at Lusófona, and I'm developing my PhD work within a project called Pack Woman, which is basically trying to promote physical activity for breast cancer women, since the name. And then I'm going to present to you a little bit of our results about the implementation of this project and how all the participants feel about the project itself. This is our team. Nothing is made individually, so I like to present this slide always to see and share the people I work with, which I'm very fortunate to. And then, as we know, it's a problem in the general population there's a problem in the general population about the practice of physical activity, and especially in people with chronic illnesses. And they present several barriers for participation, including individual and contextual barriers as well. Supervised exercise interventions have been proven to be effective and useful, but they're very hard to implement, especially at a scale, because they use a lot of resources, they take a lot of time, and so they may not be sustainable to promote this physical activity within the population if we want to get more people active. And so, brief theory-based interventions may be here a solution that can be more cost-effective in promoting self-regulatory strategies and behaviors in participants to promote the practice and basically practice of physical activity in the long term. And so this trial was developed. We have a protocol for our project that's already published, but basically it's a 3-arm pragmatic RCT that basically aims to compare a supervised exercise group with a brief counseling, more light touch intervention in promoting physical activity and quality of life for breast cancer survivors. If you're curious, I also published a paper on the development of this brief counseling intervention, and if you want to learn more about how does that type of intervention work. But super briefly, the exercise group had 2 sessions a week for 4 months of supervised exercise with exercise physiologists at a gym. The counseling group had 8 sessions spread out in those 4 months and addressed themes like setting smart goals, how to develop a long-term plan, how to maintain a behavior, body image, for example. And then we had a waitlist control group. However, besides knowing if our interventions worked or not, it's important to also understand how were these interventions implemented and what actually happened in reality and what changes were made or not. And so we did a process evaluation or assessing this implementation process. We collected data for implementation fidelity and feasibility through monitoring logbooks and other indicators. And then qualitative data, we did focus groups and interviews with participants, researchers, medical doctors involved in our team, stakeholders, and all relevant parties. And then we basically put our data against one framework that has already been validated for assessing these types of data. So what did the doctors say? Doctors were basically the recruiters, so they were recruiting participants for our study, and they basically said that the main barriers were lack of time during consultations. They don't have time to do their normal procedures, and they had to do recruitment for a project on top of that. And they also said that participants reported to them that maybe the distance to the sessions and the time of sessions were not the most desirable. But they also said that patients and participants trust doctors a lot, so they're one of the main ways that we can recruit patients with chronic illnesses. They also said that they had a good communication with our research team and understood what they had to be doing, and having flyers about the project helped them reminding of the recruitment for participants and what good information they could give extra to participants about our project. Participants in the brief counseling group said that the frequency of sessions, so there were 8 sessions in 4 months, they said the frequency of sessions was a bit too sparse, so maybe they could use with a bit more information, or these sessions being weekly and creating a sort of routine with information. And they said, for example, the main facilitating factors were that the sessions were in a group, so they had like social support from other breast cancer survivors. The participants in the exercise group said that the time of the day of the sessions and the amount of workload they had to do, so 2 sessions every week for an hour and a half, it's a lot of time that they had to spend with us in the intervention, so that was a challenge. And the main facilitating factors was also, well, feeling safe while exercising in a safe environment with health professionals, but also the group. So the social support was the main facilitating factor across the board. The stakeholders from the gym and the gym owners, where we implemented our intervention, basically reported that the main barriers they could see in future implementations of projects like this were related to basically the specialized training of exercise professionals that may not be up to par with, for working with oncology patients. And the main advantages were creating partnerships with other sectors, so partnerships with the university, with municipalities, and whatnot, that would strengthen the possibility of these projects working in a long term. So what did we understand from this data? Basically, the interventions were developed and implemented according to protocol and proven to be feasible, so they were okay to implement. The main barriers that we found were logistical in nature, and the main facilitators were about relationships between people. So with these findings, we hope that, of course, worrying about individual relationships and context is important, but we also need to start thinking about systems and policies that help these relationships to flourish and promote these these individual relationships. So that's my message. Thank you.
So we open the floor for questions now.
Hi, ma'am.
Hi.
Thank you so much for the amazing presentation. I was wondering a few questions. Firstly, what was the sample size for the study?
So we started with 110
110.
participants.
And what was the other assumptions? Like, okay, physical activity is fine, but did you have some assumptions like quality of life, or can it be generalized? Because did you have any assumptions as well for this study?
Yeah, so the two main variables we were trying to see improvement in was physical activity in the short and long term. So the participants were with us for 4 months for an intervention, and we did a 6 month and 1 year follow-up, assessing physical activity and also quality of life for the participants.
So is 4 months like enough for the longitudinal study for this thing? And do you plan to do a comparative study? If you plan to do a comparative study with other countries, do you think the results may vary?
For the first question, 4 months. So we did the intervention was 4 months, which is in line with other intervention that seemed to be between 3 and 6 months. And then we did the 6 months and 1 year follow-up. So it's a bit of time for us to be able to see some changes. Comparative to other countries, I think we will see. I don't think we will see differences in, for example, the facilitators being the group context and the relationships between people. I think the barriers being contextual may change a little bit because our environment for physical activity professionals and physical activity policies here in Portugal is somewhat different from other countries. So I see that maybe on that part there will be some differences, yeah. Yeah.
So thank you so much. Thank you, Sophia. And we'll be moving on with Maria Fernanda Souza.
Hello all, my name is Maria Fernanda Souza. I am also a PhD student in this university. Thanks to my amazing supervisors and colleagues, today I'm going to present on behalf of the IOPA Consortium about this study that is currently ongoing about co-creating interventions with adolescents in the IOPA project. So we've spent a lot of time telling teenagers that they should be more active and how to do that. But what if instead we actually empower them to co-create the solutions that make sense to their specific contexts? This is what IOPA is trying to do. Originally in these 4 countries, so very different realities, and now we have a spin-off in Portugal. So IOPA is tackling physical inactivity and health inequities using a participatory approach with teenagers in different contexts of social vulnerability. In the IOPA, we are combining scientific evidence with local knowledge, and throughout all the phases of mapping the local environment, tailoring the specific interventions for the context and implementing them, youth are being part as co-researchers and co-creators, but also adult stakeholders as key implementers and key actors in these communities. And until the end of 2027, there are several planned evaluations. We have our protocol published, if you would like to take a look. And the objectives of this specific study that I'm presenting are to explore also barriers and facilitators, shaping the first steps of implementing IOPA across those 4 countries, Denmark, the Netherlands, Nigeria, and South Africa. And also identify context-specific lessons that could inform future interventions. So for this specific study, we are approaching it with a realist thinking. Of course, it is a implementation science also part of the study, but we are bringing the realist thinking to analyze these barriers and facilitators instead of just understanding what works and how. we also want to understand for whom, under what circumstances, because we have so many different contexts. So we want to put context and the mechanisms behind these elements of barriers and facilitators in the center of the analysis. And realist thinking has been increasingly used in public health interventions. So we are essentially, this is part of the method. Okay. So we are taking a process evaluation framework to analyze the barriers and facilitators, and then going beyond using the realist framework of context, mechanism, outcomes to go deeper in this analysis and connecting barriers and facilitators to the potential underlying processes leading to the outcomes. It's a qualitative approach. We have 22 semi-structured interviews with the implementers and stakeholders in our countries. For this phase, we still don't have with the participants. And then also 61 logbooks from the co-creation sessions, taking insights, challenges, and perceptions from the facilitators, using MaxKDA for thematic analysis, and using the Prosecco framework, which I will show right now. This is a novel framework. It was published in May this year, and it's a framework specifically used to evaluate co-creation processes in public health. Of course, it was a risk and also a challenge to use such a novel framework because we didn't have reference, but we assumed the risk, and we think it's exciting. It has 5 dimensions, as you can see, with a total of 37 components. And it's a work from the Health Cascade Group, which is a reference in co-creation right now. As I mentioned before, 22 adults were interviewed, around 5 or 6 per country, under this distribution between consortium members and external stakeholders, directly related with the project. So some initial results in terms of facilitators. So we analyzed this with the Prosecco framework. So this is the components of the framework. In terms of the components of the framework, the main facilitators were related to group dynamics, partnership, and then we had resources and support related to the context, and motivation. So these are the dimensions. And in terms of barriers, we also had group dynamics as the most relevant one, but then the other were more related to the context. So the influences of the context and feasibility barriers as well. So just as an example, from a facilitator on group dynamics. So this is someone talking about the participants. I think they were very good in communicating their needs, and it was easier for us to know when we had to take the feedback very seriously, because they are teenagers, so they are always a little bit unhappy with something. But we really quickly learned to know what to listen to. And an example of a barrier, sorry, is a bit disconfigured. So the feasibility one. The first thing is that we couldn't do it during school hours. It had to be in a free time. And it's always more difficult than when a school is okay with the project being part of the school curriculum. So it's a clear feasibility barrier of the project in that context. So then, after taking the barriers and facilitators, we are currently doing the analysis using the context, mechanism, outcome framework from the realist thinking. So we are taking for each component or the most relevant ones, and analyzing what we observed in context and what outcomes were also observed, and then we are theorizing about the mechanisms underlying this bridge between context and outcome. And then we're going back to the literature to see if these mechanisms were discussed before. So an example of the barrier of group dynamics. So groups where cohesion was threatened by power imbalance. So this happened in some of the intervention sites. The outcome was tense or one-sided discussions, reduced participation, more interpersonal conflicts. So these things were observed. So now we are theorizing that feelings of embarrassment, misalignment, and inferiority, and also the questioning of own legitimacy by individuals, may be the things that are leading to these outcomes on where this happened in terms of the group dynamics. This is very exploratory as well because we're using the combined frameworks. So just some insights so far. Obviously, the word of it's the conclusion. Role of actors and community structures is crucial for these early phases. And specifically multi-country projects, theoretical frameworks have to be contextualized because they are taken very differently by the groups. And culture should never be underestimated how you shape all the process. So we expect to contribute in the co-creation field and also building more evaluation frameworks on that. These are all the IOPA partners. You can take a look at the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fernanda. So we're open for questions.
Thank you so much. I have a question on the, let's say, the epistemology of realistic thinking that you have used here. I mean, I find it very innovative and really clear. I think that my question is more on how does, from your perspective, how the the realist thinking, where you, if I understood correctly, you determine. You based on your data, you infer the mechanisms, the underlying mechanisms. How does it reconcile with the co-creation approach? And what does it mean, co-creation in this context? It's like co-creation also of the knowledge that comes from the results? Because in that, it sounds like more co-creation of knowledge makes me think more of like constructionism, more than realism. So what do you think about that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. So the co-creation is more related to the interventions of IOPA. So the intervention is all co-created. So it's the objective of the project is to co-create the interventions for all those countries to promote physical activity and well-being in their communities. The analysis part is not actually, well, it's co-created with our colleagues, but not co-created with the youth or with the participants. It could be, maybe, but it's not in this case, okay? The co-creation is about the intervention. So, and for this study, and also the IOPA use different approaches. So we have a bit of system science, implementation science, realist approach. So we're combining different approaches to try to understand more unpack the complexity of those realities.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry we're late. I'm really sorry.
Sorry, I was yeah.
But we have to move on. Please find afterwards. So moving on with Inês Nobre.
Hello? Ah, nice. Oh, that's okay. I can use the computer. So, hello again. My name is Inês. I'm also a PhD student from the Faculty of Human Kinetics, but Lusófona has been my home because I'm doing the PhD on the PEC Woman trial. So I'll be presenting a longitudinal predictor analysis of pain in breast cancer survivors on aromatase inhibitors from the PEC Woman trial. Okay. So nearly 30% of breast cancer survivors has experienced pain related to both surgical and non-surgical procedures, such as chemotherapy, radiotherapy, and hormonal therapy. Specifically for hormonal therapy with aromatase inhibitors, this number can be higher. Most women suffer from arthralgia that can lead to treatment discontinuation and are at greater risk of unemployment and other negative side effects on their quality of life. Because of that, recent research focused on identifying and understanding possible predictors of persistent pain, and also to explore different solutions of treatment to pain management. As a result, physical activity has emerged as a possible solution for pain management in this population. So, studying the prospective factors studying the prospective predictors in a physical activity setting might help guide the design of these physical activity interventions. Having this in mind, the purpose of this study was to explore possible baseline predictors of pain in a physical activity intervention, the PEC woman, but specifically at baseline, 4 months, and 4 change scores. These in breast cancer survivors on aromatase inhibitors. In our study, we included all PEC woman sample, and here you can find both inclusion and exclusion criteria for enrolling in the trial. For the prediction analysis, we use hierarchical multiple regression models using baseline pain, so before enrolling in the intervention, after the intervention period at 4 months, and for change scores between these 2 moments, but regressed for their baseline pain score. To assess average pain intensity, we use the brief pain inventory scale, and for baseline predictors, we assessed biopsychosocial variables at baseline. And here you can see them. So we assessed social demographic, health-related, treatment-related, physical function, and physical activity variables at baseline. However, we only included in our prediction models variables that significantly correlated with average pain intensity at baseline, 4 months, and for the change scores. And here you can see specifically which variables were included for each prediction model. Our sample had 110 participants with an average age of 56 years old. So now I will guide you to our 3 prediction models. First, for baseline average pain, we identify 3 significant predictors. Namely, having a partner, lower sleep quality, and additional time on the timed up and go test were predictors of having higher pain. As expected, sleep quality and physical function were significant predictors of pain. However, having a partner was a completely unexpected result as a predictor. We discussed this between our team, and we think that this might be specific in our sample, so middle-aged Portuguese women, and we need further exploration to see what might be happening here. For the second model, we only identified having an expander placement as a predictor of higher pain at 4 months, and this was also contrary to the literature. But it might be explained because our participants had uncommon complications related to this surgical procedure, and this might be the explanation for these results. We also think that it's worth noting that, although not significant, we had 3 variables that approach significance, and they were lower sleep quality, less hand grip strength, and less chest press strength. We think that perhaps future research with larger sample sizes might clarify if these variables are significant predictors of pain over time or not. Unfortunately, we did not find significant predictors for change scores in our study. Overall, in summary, baseline predictors, or predictors that were significant at baseline, did not remain significant over time and for change scores. baseline characteristics might not be the primary drivers for pain over time and for changes in pain levels. We think, and the data shows that pain appears to be a highly individualized experience, and perhaps unmeasured variables, for instance, other pain domains, some variables related to participants experiencing the physical activity interventions, or other variables related to participants' experiences of pain might give helpful insights to understand these results and their experience with pain. So in conclusion, we think that there's a lot of things that we don't know about persistent pain in this population, and future research using larger sample sizes, different methods, might give insight to try to comprehend this dynamic and complex nature of pain in breast cancer survivors. As Sophie was saying, science is not an island. We need everyone. So thank you to PEC Women's team, also PEC Women's participants, and thank you for having me.
So we open for questions at the back immediately.
Thank you, Inês. Amazing presentation. While you were talking, I was thinking about the unexpected result of that you found. Was there any data collection on if these women, so they didn't have a partner, but because they were widowed, or they are still?
Yeah, we assessed if they were with a partner, divorced, widows.
And most of the women that didn't have a partner, they were divorced or widowed?
Excellent question. We have that data, but I don't know by heart. Sorry.
I don't know. Just listening, I think there might be some psychological resilience on that.
Definitely.
That can explain somehow.
Definitely.
Because you are assessing perception of pain,
yeah,
not pain itself. So
it's hard to assess pain on itself, because pain is always a personal experience and a perception of my experience with pain. But so explaining the having a partner as a predictor of pain, this was something that we struggle to understand. And when we looked to different populations, different cancer populations, is exactly the opposite. So patients or survivors that have a partner, they experience less pain, and sometimes it's because the partner takes the responsibility of the household tasks and stuff like that. And we went studying, and we found that Portuguese middle-aged women, our sample, are really burned with household tasks. So perhaps this might be a way to explore this relation. But I think that what you said, it might be also an explanation. Yeah. We don't know.
Thank you.
So thank you. We'll be finishing now because our late. Thank you. Thank you to all presenters. Just an information related to the lunch. It's on the cafe on the left side when you leave the building. Okay. Thank you all. Enjoy.
Welcome back after lunch. Hope you had a nice break for lunch. Now we're doing an active break, so a different type of break. I'm going to ask you to stand up for a little bit. You were just sitting down for lunch. I know that. Yeah, I know. See? Okay, great. So now, before we start our exercise, we're going to work a little bit of our legs. We're just going to breathe in 2 or 3 times just to center ourselves before we start. So you can breathe with me, arms down, and then we're going to breathe in and reach up. And release. Once more. And release. Last time. Keep your arms stretched in front of you, and we're going to do small squats. I know you don't have a lot of space. Just bend your knees and put your hips backward. Just pretend like you're sitting down, and then come up. Great. Once more. Let's do it 3 more times. Twice. Once more. Great. Now, we're going to touch our knees. So we're touching our right knee with our left hand and then changing. But bring your knee up, not this. So up with the right knee and then left and then right. Working a little bit on our coordination as well. And change it. 4, 3, 2, and last one. Perfect. Now we're going to need a little bit of space on our sides. We're going to start with our right leg and basically take a step to our right with your right leg and then bend it a little bit. Like you're sitting down and then come to the center. Same thing to the other side, now the left. Take a step, bend your knee and to the center. Perfect. Let's go. Great, once more. Now all at the same time. Great. Once again. Come on, guys, you're at the front. You need to be the example. Just twice. Last one. Perfect. Just breathing in 3 more times just to finish. So release. Last time. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Okay, now we're better. Okay, I understand the difference. Yeah, thank you. This block first looks at how artificial intelligence is reshaping learning activities and sport performances. It then turns to applied social innovation on the ground, even an example of Lisboa, showcasing how active living initiatives bring these ideas to real communities and experiences. So I would warmly welcome on stage the moderator for this first block, Professor Volkan Altintas from Izmir University. Applause first.
Yep. Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, this is again the last part of today. With me start as a moderator, and we will be discussing, as you mentioned, smartization and in sport and education part. Yesterday, I was talking about this story started with 4 or 5 years ago with my friends. Then now, when I see this development, you know, talking about sports and different topics and adding also tourism inside, so it will be really interesting also hearing from smartization point from different perspective. So if you allow me that, I would like to invite all speakers to the stage. Marco Noyes, please, can you just join us? And Thanadis Angelopastis, please stage, and Nadia Rosa and Roberto Solinas. Applause. Thank you. I think we have one more. Can we? We will start the first presentation. Marco Neves, he's AI advisor, digital innovation leader, and educator. Please, floor is yours. Thank you.
First of all, hello everybody. It's a huge pleasure to be here, participating on this conference. I want to thank for the invitation. As you can notice, now I'm a little bit tired due to the exercise that we have to do, okay? So I will try to breathe slow. But it was a very interesting way to start the afternoon after the lunch. The challenge that was posed to me, it was to talk about artificial intelligence, mainly in the field of generative artificial intelligence. So it's the type of artificial intelligence that nowadays we are all talking about it. Before I start my presentation, my talk, I would like to set up like some key issues related with artificial intelligence. Because as you know, nowadays everybody's talking about AI. We listen to the need to integrate artificial intelligence in education. We listen to the impacts of AI in the economy and society. We listen to the geopolitical challenge of AI. Regarding the countries that should or will dominate AI. As I was saying to you, just first 3 key issues. First, AI is not something new, okay? Even if we all have been listened to AI since the launch of ChatGPT in 3rd November of 2022. AI started as a science or a discipline a long time ago, like 70 years ago, when Alan Turing wrote a paper, and the first sentence of the paper, it was a question that still questions a lot now today is, can machines think? After that, there were other very important moments, like in 1962, the Dartmouth conference, where a group of very important people from USA Academy, they gather during a summer and they establish what are the foundations of AI. Not the type of AI that we have nowadays, because AI has different flavors, has different frameworks, but nevertheless, that was a very important moment. So AI is nothing new, okay? The other question that we can address regarding artificial intelligence is if AI is really intelligence, okay? And this is a major question, okay? Maybe we need just a conference to discuss that. In my opinion, what is intelligence, very difficult will be artificial, and what is artificial, very difficult will be intelligence. So I even don't agree so much with the term artificial intelligence. I'm more keen to digital intelligence, synthetic intelligence, or machine intelligence. One thing that we know is the way that these algorithms, this technology process information and give us the output is not the same way as we humans do it, okay? It's not the same type of reasoning, right? Could have some advantage, but there is a lot of difference regarding what we do. Another very important key issue here is the pace of transformation. It's something that we are not really adapted to. In terms of technology and digital technology, we developed, even in ourselves, a way to understand technology, explore technology, and integrate the technology. What we can see since the launch of ChatGPT in the last 3 years, it was a very rapid transformation. So what we have in 3 years, we were expecting that to happen in 10 or 15 years. I'm not saying that the next years will be exactly the same thing, okay? We can be reaching a point where, as some experts say, we are hitting a wall, okay? We cannot go further with the present technology, with the present algorithms, right? But nevertheless, what we have so far is so impacting that we cannot close our eyes to that, okay? So these are 3 key points that I think that are really interesting on this particular. So I want to start because I framework my presentation regarding the panel that we are discussing here, okay, smartization in education. And one of the things that we need to is to contextualize the way things are happening, okay? So we move from digitizing content, we still do it, okay, but we move to augmenting cognition. So this kind of technology allows us to lose some of our cognitive exclusivities to the machines. So something that we need to do with our brain, now the machines can do it. Just to give you a very simple example. If I need to write an abstract or a resume or something like this, I have a different tools, okay? Google Scholar, and so on. But that was only help me finding the information. Then it was me that need to filter the information, validate the information, process the information, organize the information, and nowadays we have these tools that are able to do this. Another thing is that we are moving from tools to thinking partners. So I can have side by side, once again, with the difference between the human and one this type of these machines, that could be a thinking partner. And another thing is that we're moving from automation to collaborative collaboration. So I can have a setup of different agents that can help me in different tasks, and if we orchestrated them properly, we can have a super setup of teammates that can help me on this particular. So if we look to this two cores of this conference, we'll talk about the body and the mind also. What we have here, the focus of sport is mainly in physical optimization, right? So, and we have different smart technologies to do that. We have wearables, we have sensors, and so on, and the outcome is to enhance that particular performance, okay? I'm not saying that we don't, of course, we need the emotional and psychological balance to achieve a particular performance, but when we talk about education, we are talking about cognitive optimization. So these cognitive machines, they can, when in the particular environment of co-collaboration, of co-authority, to help us in terms of using the generative AI, different tools. We have a vast ecosystem of different tools, and this will, of course, enhance learning and creativity. But, of course, that we need to pay attention to these movements or to the shifts in particular on this context. That's why I focus on this key question for me in this particular field, that is from automation to cognitive automation. And of course, there is benefits from that, but there is also a lot of concerns from that. I was just talking before we start this panel, and one of the things is what we call a cognitive de-skilling, right? Because it's completely different from us as adults using this technology from students, could be from high school or even from university, because they cannot clear address because they didn't develop some cognitive process that are essential in working with this technology. So, of course, that we move in these three ways of AI in education. That's automation, mainly grading, analytics, learning management systems, and so on. And when we are seeing the other waves, we are not saying that we need to drop the others, okay? This is work like a stack, okay? This is layers upon layers where we have this generative artificial intelligence. Then we have augmentation, recommender systems, adaptive learning, and now we are clear in the particular moment of having machines that are able to generate also, okay? So this is not machines that will execute, this is our machines that are able to generate, to predict, and also to interpret what we are giving to the machine and the particular outputs. So we have an AI that is able to write, to design, to generate, to simulate, and even to reason. And we know that nowadays is not only based on text. We have these multimodal models that are able to interact with text, with audio, with video, and so on. They are able to produce, in the field of video, short videos, okay, like 20 seconds the most, okay? But they are able to generate music, for example, and other types of data. So this takes us, in my opinion, not to a continued development in terms of technology and education, but to an inflection point. So to a disruptive moment that we are living. The question is, we cannot look at this particular technology and try to integrate it as just one more layer in the pedagogical framework, strategies, and approach that we have. First, before we integrate it, we need to rethink, we need to discuss, we need to reinvent the actual pedagogical approach that we have from different learning theories and so on, in order that our students will be able to enhance their learning by integrated. And one of the ways is what we call hybrid learning contexts or environments. So it's not only the teacher, the student, and the curriculum. Now we have the teacher, the student, the curriculum, and we have these AI agents, okay? And this doesn't have to be seen as one direction interactions. This has to be multimodal, multiple interactions between these different players in the learning environments. So we went from knowledge delivery to knowledge design. So we are able to design, we are able to personalize. The next speaker, I'm really sorry I forget your name, we'll talk in particular about this, an amazing example how to personalize through the integration of artificial intelligence. We went from the teacher as a source to a teacher as an architect, be able to design different environments according to the profile of the student, and from assessment of the answers to assessment of the questions. Okay, only on this slide we can see the need to reconfigure lots of different aspects of education, and assessment is clear one of them. Another thing that is really important, and as you know, is this technology, generative artificial intelligence, acquire a capability that until a few years we consider only as a possibility from the humans. And I'm talking about dominating human language, right? So before we have, of course, if we go some decades, we have very simple embryonic systems that we can interact with them to written text, okay? But they were very limited on that particular. Nowadays, we have these different structures, these models that we are able to interact not only by written text, we can talk directly, oral language, they can even identify symbols and so on. So what I'm saying is nowadays is not only the humans that can interpret the human language, we have these machines that are able to do. And we know the importance of language in education, so it's critical, as you know. But not only education, for us as a species, okay? What allows us to develop our intelligence, it was language. What allows us to pass knowledge and wisdom from one generation to the other generation is through language, okay? And the moment that we are living, once again, we have to establish the difference between one and another, right? But we have these machines that are able to interact. If for me it's a little bit strange to go to ChatGPT and activate AVM mode and start talking and that reply even mimic emotion, for the young ones, that will be the new normal, okay? And the question is how you can integrate this. So that's why I bring this to the conversational contest, okay? And I bring some experts on this particular. The first one that I think is really interesting is about Wittgenstein. He wrote a lot on the importance of conversation in education. And one of his sentences that I really consider and admire is that the limit of my world is the limit of my language, right? So when we have these possibilities of having the language distribute not only in humans interaction, but also in terms of other machines, we have to do this reflection. Pask also talks about this important through this conversational theory. Learning is happening when we have a conversation. So it's not a person like me. I'm not giving the good example right here, okay? I'm only talking, you are just listening, right? But in an environment where everybody can take part of this conversation. And of course, we can interrogate ourselves, question ourselves, do we need theories for this? Like new learning theories, we have, for example, from George Siemens, the connectivism, right? And talk about the possibilities in terms of this. I'm not saying this should be a closed theory, right? We need to adapt in particular ways, but nevertheless, this is some of the things that we have to consider here. So this learning process, this learning dynamic is not only about conversation between human to human. This is critical, okay? Right? Because machines cannot identify emotions. Machines cannot identify in terms of the way that I'm feeling, right? So the teacher or this architect of new learning environments, they still have this surplus that we have to consider and are very important and pertinent on this particular, right? I'm just saying that we need to add another element, another variable in here, and for this we need to set up new frameworks, and we need to discuss this. It's not just pick up the technology and interact it. A possible, let's say, framework, and we can here define and design, and I just bring you a smaller one to be easily given the context of my talk here, is about the 3 C's framework. And this is focused on what? In 3 critical moments of the learning design, of the learning process, of the knowledge distribution or information access, and this is mainly focused on curate, create, and critique, okay? And for each of them, we have the different elements over here that I'm considering in these hybrid environments. If you want to explore more about these hybrid environments, I advise you to read from Professor Mike Sharples from the Open University. He has some very interesting papers related with this, okay? In the way that we should introduce generative artificial intelligence as an active player, okay? Because we need to understand that the AI is not a deterministic technology, okay? It's not a passive technology. It's completely different from other technologies. If, for example, if you listen to Yuval Harari, I think you know Harari, from the books, Homo Sapiens, Homo Deus, 21 lessons from the 21st century, and Nexus is more recent book. It tells us that AI is completely different in terms of the way that it acts from the printing press, from the electricity, or even from the steam engine, and it tells us why. Because it's far, far from that, okay? Because he's able to craft new ideas, and he's able to take decisions by herself, okay? And the need to understand this takes us to the need that education cannot step aside from this. So this is just some of the roles and the players that we have in each of the contents containers of this framework, right? And what should be the place and the difference. If you look just for the educator or for the teacher, in Curate, we look at context and ethics selections. It's critical, define, propose, moderate, and question. And we have what the AI system should be their role on this particular. But of course, we cannot forget there is also concerns. That is our challenge, okay, related with this. And in this particular, we have to look at what I call ethics and cognitive integrity. And smartization without ethics become mechanization. Okay, and we know what we are facing right now if we look to the labor market, the possibility of humans being replaced for these different technologies. And we know nowadays the main target in terms of labor market, for example, are not the blue-collar workers, okay? It's the white-collar workers, the knowledge workers, right? The ones that need to go to the university. And this particular, we need to define these frameworks and having always in attention what I call the risks of uncritical smartization, right? And some of them that we need to be aware and we need to discuss are related with pedagogical de-skilling, bias and opacity, and also about what we call cognitive dependence, right? Because this can have the contrary effect from the one that we are expecting, even if we draw these learning environments taking aware about all this challenge, right, from the perspective of the student. And if you want to understand the student, we just have to put on this side, on their side, right? If they find shortcuts, they will use these shortcuts, okay? So it's not so easy. It's not just like a black and white. Now, I think I still have a few more minutes. Yes, okay. I would just want to give you some examples of integrating generative AI in sport educations. And I give you just two ideas of AI projects that we are able to do this kind of integration. So this is not a particular project designed in particular for an institution, right? I'm just talking about, let's say, open projects ideas that anyone can integrate by using one of these chatbots. This one is about enhanced ethical scenarios in sports. I think is a key topic that needs to be discussed and need to be addressed. This can be used in a traditional way, asking the students to do some reads and then to write an abstract, for example. Or, as I can see here, we can use, for example, ChatGPT and have these communications or interaction with the ChatGPT. And then we focus on particular topics that include fair play, data privacy, and so on, okay? What we are developing here using this idea of hybrid learning environments. We are providing here opportunities to the students to be literated in using AI in particular, but at the same time we have critical thinking, we have ethical awareness, and so on. Another example that can be used is AI-driven sports learning lab, right? So in this particular, we want, I call this project Design Smarter Training Sessions with Generative AI. So we want the students to collaborate with ChatGPT, so it be able to design and simulate training sessions for young athletes, right? So we have the different ways to do this. We have generate custom drills based on particular goals, create progression and feedback rubrics, and so on. And the outcomes in particular here will be to develop creativity, tactical reasoning, and cognitive adaptability. Okay, so this is just what we need to think about it. And of course, I should not consider or agree that given the complex challenge that we have nowadays, this should be an individual effort from the teacher or from the professor, okay? This should be something that should be addressed by the institution, right? Having these multidisciplinary teams that can work on the integration of artificial intelligence. So mainly, the core idea here is also not moving from, as I showed in the beginning, we have education 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, and so on. And then we have smartization, but we also need, given the pace of development of generative artificial intelligence, go also to humanization, right? This is something that is at the same time paradoxical, given that we are talking about mainly technology, that we say that will replace humans, and we need to diverge in terms of the targets and move to this particular. That's why I say if smartization in sport enhance the body, smartization education must enhance the mind, ethical, creativity, and consciously, right? So also at the same time, be aware of this. Just to close my talk with you here, just 2 more points as a closing reflection. Clearly important to understand that teacher is no longer about information, is about generative disruption. And the future of intelligence, as I've told you here during these minutes, is human intuition and machine cognition. And given this in mind is the way that we should be focused in the way that we address this big challenge of integrated and generative AI in education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marco. It's really interesting topic. I think when you were just explaining, I was thinking my research assistant time maybe 20 years ago, but you also, we were just talking about internet period, but now the last was interesting, the expectation from the technology and the human being. And there are some keywords, ethical point of view. This is one of the important part. And you also did very good combination, the sport and education, and you also cited with the literature from 70s up to now. There are, but the most interesting part to me and probably the rest of the group, as an architecture from teacher to be that. So we need to show also creativity side. Thank you very much. We started with really interesting. Topic, and thank you also for obeying the timeline. Any question or comments? Maybe I can take several, but we have it? Yes, please.
Thank you for your presentation. I am from Pedagogy, Sport Pedagogy, and your presentations fit very well in our ideas related with student-centered approach and humanistic approach. For it, thank you. What I don't agree with you, sport is not just related with body. Sport is not related just with body, sorry.
Yes, I told them that at the same time when you look at the enhancing performance of sport, is not only the body, but also in terms of emotional, psychological, and the way of the mind. Okay? Maybe I just addressed that in the lighter way, and sorry, I should put it in equal parts.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Any more? If we don't have, I would like to give the, the speaker, Thanasis Angioplastis from International Hellenic University. He will be mentioning about sport education, I think, adding this smartization with classrooms. Let's see, and around 10 to 15 minutes we can give you that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us here. We can say that Lisbon represents connectivity, connection between history and innovation, between people and ideas. Today we're going to create a new bridge that connects education and sport through the use of AI, data analysis, and human insight. My journey started in smart classrooms, where we try to understand how learners interact with technology, how they learn, not what they learn, how they learn. And we're trying to extend this principle to smart courts, where athlete-like students learn through adaptive systems and personalized feedback. Excuse me. What happened here? Sorry. We can think of smartization as a cycle. We have that data that we analyze them with artificial intelligence that leads us to personalization, that leads us to performance. Smartization refers to environment that evolve along with their user, the students or the athletes, systems that sense, analyze, and adapt. We had a project, a study that we made, learning style decoder, for example, where we combined data from over 7 million interactions in LMSs, in Moodle, to see how AI could personalize learning dynamically. This same feedback-driven application can be used in athletic performance today. something happened with the presentation. They messed up a bit the slides. Okay, yes, it's moving back and forth. So this is what we think that smartization is, technology that doesn't replace human intelligence, but it enhances collaboration and reflection. In both classroom and the court, it allows us to play and interact more intelligently. AI is not an end in itself. It's a partner in human learning and performance. Our goals here should not be automation, should be augmentation. When we are using AI in learning or in sport, we are not chasing efficiency. We are chasing insight. Smartization should help us learn not only how we perform, but how we grow. We are trying to create a unified cognitive model, a model that connects learning in academia and performance in sports. In both contexts, the key ingredients are feedback, adaptability, and awareness. If we can teach AI to understand cognitive and learning behavior, we can also teach it to recognize athletic cognition. This creates a continuum of adaptive intelligence, one that serves both the mind and the body. After all, a classroom and a basketball court or any other court are not so different. Both are spaces of feedback, reflection, and growth. Smartization unites all of these under one adaptive model. At our university, we are trying to create an interdisciplinary ecosystem that links educational data and data come from sport analytics. We build systems that analyze both cognitive and physical learning. Our goal is simple here. We are trying to merge the precision of AI with the coach's intuition and the educator's empathy. From adaptive tutoring systems to more modern AR-enhanced training platform, every project that we make revolves around one basic principle: learners first and data comes second. The learning style decoder was designed to make learning data meaningful. We tried to create an AI model that doesn't measure what students do or what they learn, but to understand how they learn. We are trying to map behavior to cognition. We use the Ferder-Silverman model. There are the learning models here are active, reflective, verbal, visual, sequential, and global. And we are trying to interpret behavior in online learning. We tried to use here a deep learning model like neural networks to correlate the LMS activity with cognitive patterns. And we reached a prediction accuracy of more than 80% for our learning profile. This is a concrete example of how smartization can transform raw data into cognitive understanding. What were the key findings that we had in this piloting that we did? The first and most important is the engagement. We tried the students showed an increase in engagement of over 25%. They spent much more time in the online platform. We also had an increase in the retention, the information that the students gather, and it was more than 80%. But also behind all this, there was also an increase in the satisfactions that the user can get from the online platform. The users here can start to understand that learning is not a fixed ability. It's something that may be adapted, something that can be trained and can be optimized. This idea can be transported also to sports education. Learning and playing share the same DNA: feedback, repetition, and reflection. Smartization brings that DNA to a unified model. Just as we can use AI to tailor content to our learners, we can tailor drills to our athletes. An active learner can become an exploratory athlete. A visual learner benefits very much when he sees video playbacks. A reflective learner can benefit much more from post-session drills. Another software that we created is the coach's AI analyst. Imagine having an assistant sitting next to the coach that is watching the game with you. He is tagging, analyzing, and explaining what's happening in real time. It combines computer vision with generative reasoning to analyze matches in real time. Instead of having a coach spend numerous hours of footage just to tag what he is seeing, the system can summarize tactical trends and even answer to natural language question. Let's say, what happened after this substitution? where my offenses percentage decreased or increased after this substitution. This can turn AI into an analytical teammate, not just a data source. This is the workflow that we are using, and we are trying to mirror human reasoning. The AI can see, it can analyze, reflect, speaks, thus forming a dialogue between data and decision. When merged with the code's expertise, it can shorten the analyzed time needed by 80% and increase insight depth. The same principle that we can use in online learning when AI tutors can accelerate teacher feedbacks in classrooms. AI, we can say, cannot replace coaching, it amplifies. We reduce the amount of time needed for an analysis of a game almost to 80%. This is not efficiency that we are working for. That's human time recovered for creativity. The time saved by the coach for analyzing such a game can be used in other things like reflection and creativity. Also, when the players receive the feedback that they want instantly, they engage more deeply with their performance. This is the feedback loop. Act, analyze, and adjust. And it's the essence of both learning and sport. Just as we use cognitive profiling in learning, we can use the same cognitive profiling in sports. Every athlete, every people, processes information differently. Some visualize, some verbalize, some need repetition. Knowing that profile can turn coaching, also learning, into a precision guidance. Understanding these profiles allows the coach to customize communication, feedback, and motivation strategies. Let's hear some examples here. Let's say that we have a player that is visual or global. He might be more interested in watching video-based analysis. If another player is sequential or active, he may benefit from structured routines during the practice. If he is a reflective or an intuitive player, he needs more reviews and debrief sessions. We see here that we have a cognitive diversity. Each athlete doesn't learn in the same way. This isn't a challenge. It's something that we can adapt and make a performance advantage for us. The next step that we try to do is to get into generative AI and AR. Imagine having a player during the practice that is wearing a mask. At the same time, he's visualizing movement corrections in real time. We can there also use an AI agent that explains why it's change that he has to make matters. Learning thus becomes embodied. The mind sees what the body feels. All this can fit into this adaptive loop. The data with the AI analysis can lead us into feedback that can lead us into growth. The heart of smartization for us is exactly this. Data that creates insight, insight that drives personalization, and personalization that refines data again. With each cycle that we make, the learner's profile is refined even better, making personalization deeper over time. What also we have to consider is that AI's role here is to support. It's not to substitute the teacher or the trainer. Teachers and coaches bring empathy, intuition, and ethics, things that no algorithm or AI system can replicate or bring into life. In both education and sport, the human remains the final decision maker. We need AI to assist and not to author us. Another thing that we have to see here is ethics and inclusion. Ethical AI isn't and shouldn't be optional. It is essential. Our systems prioritize interpretability, inclusivity, and user autonomy. We publish open pipelines that show exactly how the creations are made and what models we are using. That transparency builds trust, and trust is the foundation of every effective learning relationship. We can say that if smartization is the future, inclusion should be its conscience. What could be the future directions here? The next step is to move to empathy-aware AI, systems that can sense motivation, fatigue, frustration, the athlete's or the learner's feelings, and that adjust the responses of the system accordingly. We are moving toward a lifelong learning adaptive system where AI grows with the individual, supporting both personal and professional development. Smartization, we can say, is about empowerment. It merges data with empathy, Performance with reflection. We are trying to design ecosystems that help people grow in classrooms, courts, and beyond. It's not technology that we are using for technology's sake. It's technology that we are using for human potential. Let's end with this. The more powerful type of intelligence is shared intelligence. Smartization can amplify what teachers, coaches, and learners do their best. Reflect, adapt, and improve. Our job is not to make a smart system, but to make learning human again, with technology as a partner on our side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thanasis. Thank you. From the real life experience, sharing this topic as a smart classroom, I think you have many challenges, probably, but maybe waiting for the comments and questions if you have. If you don't have, I would like to ask question. Please take your seat. And do you have any question? Please. Yes.
It was wrote learning and sport. Learning is something that it is very, very connected and integrated in sport. In sport, we have learning to have performance. I think that you want to say probably learning and performance. No? And not learning and sport. I don't know if you understand my doubt. Because what is explained there, it is learning and sport.
No, what we are trying to say here is we have some ideas that we have applied to classrooms with the cognitive profile and everything. And we want to see if these ideas can be applied in sports. Because sports involve something physical activity. That it's not the same as what happens in classroom.
Yes, but learning happens in all contexts,
yes.
In the classes and in sport.
Yes.
And my doubt, it was when I wrote learning and sport. Okay. I think that it is learning and performance, because we learn to have better performance in sport.
Okay.
Learning is the process, performance is the outcome. But in sport, learning is very important. Everything is related with learning, in sport, in the classroom. So as I saw it, I want to be clarified about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more? Yes, please.
Sorry, I was taking notes while you were doing the presentation. How do you envision balancing real-time AI-generated feedback with the need to preserve athletes' autonomy, creativity, and intuitive decision-making, especially in unpredictable sports environments in general?
What we are trying to create here is an assistant to the coach, to the athlete. We are trying to give them insight, we are trying to give them knowledge of what they did. How they are going to use this knowledge, how they are going to use this advice, it's up to the coach, it's up to the athlete. It's not up to us. So that's why we said about ethical AI, etc. We are giving the advice, we are giving the knowledge, but we are stopping there. It's the human that has to make the decision on how to use the knowledge.
So it's a matter of education, you mean?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you. Any more? If not, I just want to add maybe before your presentation and in yours that what I realized, ethics again. So maybe this is the question from my side. You also mentioned, Professor, learning plus performance. You mentioned in your presentation maybe more than 10 times the performance inside and personalization of the, so better with learning, but better performance using AI, and you also added augmented reality inside. So what do you think? Maybe in near future we will be hearing something about ethical using of AI and smartization in sport education. There should be some policies or some papers related to that in common, in local or in global way.
It's a very big topic of discussion, especially inside the European Union, the ethical side of AI. It's something that is an ongoing procedure and something that we are going definitely to see in the future. And the more that the AI comes into life, the more that we are going to have to discuss about it. And also, what I mentioned is the interpretability, the way that you make the predictions, the models that you make, the bias that may be inside the models that you use when you're making prediction clustering or whatever you want to do with AI.
Probably next year, this time, wherever we go, we will be discussing maybe this topic. It could be one or the main topic, that ethics and policy in AI and smartization. Thank you very much. It was really interesting, especially the university level using sport education. And now it's time to see their real life experiences. We will go on from Lisbon City Council, Nadia Rosa. She's from Department of Physical Activity and Sport at the Lisbon City Council. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here presenting you Lisboa Ativa. This is a strategy to promote physical activity in Lisbon. I'm going to speak in Portuguese because it's the most passionate way to talk you about Lisboa Ativa. Unfortunately, I'm not fluent in English the way I want you to take this message, so I'll choose to speak in English. But don't worry, because the slides will be in English, and in the end I'll highlight the main ideas. So, here it goes. Então, passando agora aqui para a nossa língua mais, não é a mais comum, mas a da maioria. Lisboa Ativa é uma estratégia municipal integrada para a promoção da atividade física na cidade de Lisboa. Nós desenhámo-la com o intuito de ser um convite à ação, um convite ao usufruto da cidade de uma forma ativa. Ela parte desta visão da cidade enquanto ecossistema ativo, que desafia todos os que cá vivem, estudam, trabalham ou até mesmo a visitam, a integrar a atividade física no seu dia-a-dia e a usufruírem da cidade de uma forma mais ativa. Parte também de um outro lugar, de um entendimento especial do desporto, como tendo valor em si mesmo e por si só, e enquanto elemento agregador, portanto, uma visão agregadora do desporto. Esta conferência tem sido também, tem ilustrado isso muito bem, as pontes que o desporto faz com várias áreas, neste caso a inovação, o turismo, a educação, a saúde. E a verdade é que nós nos temos habituado a ver o desporto sempre um bocadinho a reboque de outras áreas. E nós quisemos empoderá-lo e olhar para ele com o valor que tem, com este cariz mais agregador e indutor de coisas que são maiores que ele próprio e essenciais do nosso ponto de vista para a construção desta nova cidade. Este é um modelo estratégico que nós temos por base, portanto, ele assenta aqui no modelo da OMS, proposto pela OMS, e defende aqui modelos de governança e políticas públicas alinhados com sociedades que valorizam a atividade física e reconhecem os seus benefícios, onde os ambientes e as infraestruturas promovem o ser ativo e são ambientes de proximidade às pessoas, contribuindo para que as pessoas sejam mais felizes, mais ativas, mais saudáveis e também, voltando aqui um bocadinho ao início do modelo, mais participativas e parte deste sistema ativo de governação da cidade. O nosso modelo assenta nestes três eixos. espaços ativos, comunidades ativas e parcerias ativas. E, começando aqui pelos espaços ativos, é interessante olhar para a cidade, ou nós olhamos para a cidade, nesta estratégia que estamos a desenvolver, enquanto palco da atividade física. Portanto, onde cada espaço da cidade representa um sítio onde nós podemos ser ativos. Não só os espaços desportivos, que são os mais imediatos à partida, mas também os espaços escolares, os espaços verdes, os jardins, o espaço público, e chamando aqui também o rio, porque o rio é um cartão de visita da nossa cidade e gostávamos que fosse também um cartão de visita para a prática da atividade física. Estando nós inseridos aqui num painel sobre smartização, também será interessante olharmos para o espaço cidade, como plataforma que a todo momento nos informa sobre as dinâmicas de atividade física que têm lugar na cidade. Onde é que as pessoas praticam, o que é que praticam, quando é que praticam, e usar essa informação para desenhar e para tomadas de decisão relativamente àquela que é a oferta desportiva na cidade, que seja ela formal, seja ela informal. Portanto, usar essa informação nesse sentido. Até aqui temos estado a falar de quem já pratica atividade física, mas nós queremos, obviamente, cativar quem ainda não pratica atividade física. E então o que é que nós propomos fazer? Propomos codificar e georreferenciar os espaços, um bocadinho como a imagem mostra, com sinalética apelativa que cativa as pessoas e que diga aqui pode ser ativo. E que até proponha algumas formas para que as pessoas possam utilizar aqueles espaços de forma ativa. Não terá que ser, nem deve ser em todos os espaços da cidade, mas deixar alguns desafios em alguns espaços que se calhar à partida não têm tanto usufruto nesse sentido e que poderão potenciar e beneficiar deste repto que lançamos às pessoas. Por outro lado, criar uma plataforma Lisboa Ativa, onde possamos integrar toda a informação sobre o que está a acontecer na cidade, onde é que as pessoas podem ser ativas, quando é que está a acontecer e, portanto, a todo o momento terem conhecimento e informação sobre como podem ser mais ativos da oferta na cidade. Não deixar de fora também os observatórios da atividade física na cidade de Lisboa, importantíssimos para perceber essencialmente quais são as principais barreiras à prática, obviamente ir monitorizando os níveis da atividade física na cidade, mas também perceber quais é que são as principais barreiras, porque enquanto município depois a nossa função é tentar esbatê-las para que cada vez os índices de atividade física subam e os de comportamento sedentário naturalmente baixem. Avançando para as comunidades ativas e ainda um bocadinho seguindo esta lógica, este racional da smartização, smart cities, sim, claro, são as cidades do futuro, não é? O nosso futuro, a tecnologia, mas sabemos também que a tecnologia pode ter aqui um certo revés de desumanização das cidades. Trouxemos aqui estas duas imagens, mulher, homem, bolha, para retratar um bocadinho aquela sensação de autossuficiência que as pessoas poderão ter por causa deste avanço tecnológico, um certo isolamento, um certo alheamento, diria até em algumas situações um certo desenraizamento da comunidade. E, portanto, para combater um bocadinho isto, smartização sim, mas pensando sempre naquilo que será, para nós, um regresso necessário a lógicas mais comunitárias. E, portanto, a nossa ação assenta sempre, como eu dizia também um bocadinho durante o período da manhã, assenta em dinamizar as comunidades, em fazer nascer projetos comunitários que não fiquem dependentes nem reféns daquilo que é a ação do município, ou seja, que o município seja um impulso para criar, mas que as comunidades possam depois ser autónomas, envolvendo-as naturalmente, mas que possam ser autónomas e alavancarem os seus projetos de proximidade. Portanto, trazemos a segunda imagem em baixo, que é a comunidade em que acreditamos, uma comunidade mais aberta, uma comunidade onde os clubes, as escolas, os jardins, as nossas casas, portanto, todos os espaços de proximidade são espaços de continuidade, espaços sem barreiras, espaços sem muros, que muitas vezes são muros invisíveis, muros de exclusão. Portanto, uma cidade acessível a todos, uma cidade recuperada para as pessoas. O que é que propomos neste sentido? Propomos um maior enraizamento dos agentes de território, portanto, as escolas, os clubes, as associações. Propomos dinamizar estes espaços que as comunidades identifiquem como espaços de referência para aquela comunidade, portanto, praças, jardins, espaços do bairro, da comunidade, e envolver as pessoas, passando sempre muito por processos muito participativos, porque acreditamos que esses processos são aqueles que são mais significativos, que trazem maior apropriação, maior responsabilidade e também maior empoderamento das pessoas que vivem nas comunidades e, portanto, acreditamos que o processo terá que ser sempre contando com as pessoas que vivem nos territórios. Depois as parcerias ativas. Nós entendemos as parcerias como um alargamento desta visão que nós temos para o Lisboa Ativa. Lisboa Ativa é e quer ser atividade física e desporto, mas quer ser mais do que isso. Para nós, Lisboa Ativa é uma visão da cidade e essa visão tem que ser integrada. E sendo uma visão integrada, terá que contar naturalmente, primeiro, com parceiros mais nucleares, ao nível da Câmara, portanto, outros departamentos que tenham relação com este nosso propósito, o espaço público, os espaços verdes, a saúde, a educação, a mobilidade, portanto, um conjunto de serviços que sabemos que, à partida, poderá ser desafiante envolvê-los, porque os serviços têm todas as suas dinâmicas e mesmo dentro da própria Câmara será um processo desafiante, mas também sabemos que joga a nosso favor, que hoje em dia já todos temos uma consciência muito maior da necessidade de colaboração e destes processos mais sistémicos e colaborativos. Portanto, contaremos com parcerias internas e com parceiros externos, uns mais territoriais, uns mais institucionais, mas todos fundamentais para dar escala e para a implementação da nossa estratégia. Não deixando de fora, uma vez mais, e integrada aqui no nosso modelo, a participação cidadã. Se estamos a construir uma cidade que acreditamos que seja para recuperar para as pessoas, não podemos nunca construí-la sem o contributo destas pessoas.
Can you summarize in 2 minutes,
yes.
please?
I'm finishing. These are the keynotes of this presentation. Lisboa Ativa is a strategy for promoting physical activity in the municipality of Lisbon. It's based on 3 action axes: active spaces, active communities, and active partnerships. All spaces in the city represent an opportunity to be active. Smart spaces and smart cities, yes, they are the future and produce essential information to adjust the sports offer, but Attention, it's important to balance technology with a necessary return to more community bases. We believe in open, barrier-free communities so that people can take ownership. We propose greater integration of territorial agents, schools, clubs, associations, and others, more dynamic local spaces with activities that bring people to the streets so they can enjoy and take ownership of the city space. For this vision, which transcends sports, we'll count on partners, both institutional and territorial, but also on people who live here, building a more collective, appropriate, and vibrant city. I'll leave you now with a short video. Hope you enjoy.
Antes de abrir os olhos, Lisboa já corre nas tuas veias. Não é só uma cidade que te acolhe, é um desafio que te chama. Cada colina é um desafio, cada rua uma pista, cada praça o teu palco. Aqui não existem limites. Aqui, cada superação conta, cada limite é um novo começo. Lisboa move-se com todos e para todos. Um só corpo, um só ritmo, um só propósito, uma só cidade. Lisboa é tua. Lisboa ativa.
So this is our challenge. Hope you like this message.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry, before the slides, I think we passed a bit, time limit, yeah?
Yes,
you
absolutely.
Should.
Thank you for sure,
Yeah,
Nadia Rosa from the Lisboa City Council. Of course, for you and Marco Neves, they were not present yesterday. We also have the certificate, so we're happy to give definitely later. These three presentations, they were eventually examples from different perspectives, but from also very complementary perspective of what we mean that ICSE is, so a platform for opportunities in the learning, education, sports, sport tourism. So I thanks again the moderator, definitely, so that supported us, Professor Boca Altintash from the ISME University. I also want to thank the AI advisor, Marco Neves, the researcher at the International Hellenic University, Thanasis Angioplastis, and as I said, also the presence from the Lisboa City Council, Nadia Rosa, which were also partner in one of the of our project with the network, the Galaxy of Minevagante NGO, and they also kind of confirm a bit this institutional presence since also yesterday the major of Sassari was present at our first day. Then the speaker that already spoken, they can take a place. Thank you very much again. And I'm now introducing the president of Minevagante NGO, with also an example of how this grassroots initiative they can take place and how eventually these ideas they can turn into real communities and experiences.
I want to use this.
Absolutely.
And I want to use this if possible.
Big applause, please.
Can you hear me? Okay, I promise I will be very short also because in my role as a kind of organizer as well, we are out of time. But it was foreseen to be a very, very short presentation. Contribution from the outside, from the, let's say, the business side related to sport. I don't understand Portuguese that much, but I think some of the topics were taken, was spoken before. They were actually part of what we discussed yesterday. There was the distinguished guest, but you probably, you didn't notice, but at the dinner yesterday was the mayor of the city of Sassari in Sardinia, where we are based, was here for other reasons, not completely related to the conference. And we were talking about urban regeneration. We were talking about how to have sport somehow as a role in this, and many other topics that are more related to our island and our city. But this is just a very fast example on how to have not so much even innovative, but just an idea for business. Is a friend of mine, a person I shared master in management of sport like 16 years ago now. And I'm passionate about sport and the use of sport as educational. My PhD is about this, and my research background is about this. I also, we founded a sport club that is related to sailing. I know someone is into sailing, and we use education, inclusive education through sailing. I'm passionate about tennis. There's something about me, but I don't know if there are any fan of tennis. Can you raise the hand? Nobody. I know one, in any case. In Portugal, you have Nuno Borges. That is, are other nationalities represented? I think Poland, you have Urkac. Pakistan, you don't have any. Okay, it's very, very simple. It's just tennis on tour. I'm just an ambassador. I used to go to travel for pleasure and travel for tennis, for watching events. And there is let's say, a business model that is comparable. It's called We Road in Italy. They are organizing travels for groups. It's quite famous. Some of the Italians here, they might understand. The idea is to create something specifically for tennis, having the experience of the watching tennis all around the world. And then, of course, an experience that create bonding among people, traveling and having experience together. So it's actually one of the first Italian agencies specialized exclusively in tennis trips in the most ATP tournaments in the world. I don't know how much you know about tennis, but it's a circuit the last 11 months, and there are tournaments literally all around the world. So you can go from Shanghai to Monte Carlo, you can go Rome, Paris. So we are basically, I just help some of this group to go through this and to watch tennis together. So this is Paris last year. And the idea will be to go to Dubai as well, in Australia for the Australian Open. And of course, it's like trying to covering all the services that create the life, help life of the participants to live the experience of tennis, but as well, in the future, we would like also to offer some of the playing tennis during these trips. Is a work in progress, to feel part of the group, to be social, maybe to find a friendship, or maybe even something else, the love of your life, whatever, traveling. This is just an example that I mentioned the first day when I was here, to think about sport as a way also for business and to start up and to create something together as a platform. We are here for not only for the academic side, and this is just an example, a contribute I want to give. And also because we are late, I think we should go, and I should leave the floor to my colleagues over there. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you to Volkan that moderated the first part. There were changes in the program. I take also the role because something happened also yesterday to some of the speakers that was foreseen, but I think Giulio will explain, or Maria, you will explain now. Thank you so much. Obrigado.
Yes, great. Moving on. Thank you also for trying to summarize. We are moving then to the last block of this year conference. I won't take too long, and so I'll just be here to introduce the next speaker and moderator, Maria Grazia Pirina, President of NGNS Berlin.
Okay, of course, I'm not Farouk. My name is Maria Grazia Pirina. It's just because we have a slightly little change. You know, there are no events without problems. Things happen, or I used to say life happen in between. So fortunately, the foreseen speakers, Professor Mazza, from University of La Sapienza, is not going to be here on stage. This was her moment. So we readjust a little bit our schedule, meaning that the next speaker is going to be Muhammad Farouk Islam after me, and then the rest of the program will go smoothly. I want to just say a couple of words about her and about the connections that we have with the University of La Sapienza in Rome. First of all, I have a personal bond with her because I was former junior researcher back then, many years ago, to be honest, to be fair. And we'll keep our collaboration that is strengthening our bonds from an academic, personally, but also inspiring point of view, because La University of La Sapienza was as well one of the hosting institutions in 2023 of ICSE platform. And the results of all the publications, all the articles, and even the fact that we are now opening special issues is given by her great work. She allowed me to share a few of the conclusions she made in her presentation. Of course, I'm not bold enough to say that I'm here in representing and talking in her behalf, because that's her work of many years, driven by passion in order to study and investigate the impact of sport, especially in the society. But I think that the conclusions she made, they were very useful, just to leave, some seeds in our mind and some questions mark, and to inspire us for future debate. She's, of course, available to talk and discuss more in depth with you, and to start a cooperation with all the academic institute of research, as well as stakeholders represented here in the room. I'm already apologize if I have just a little bit to read, but I just got this information. So first of all, our presentation was about the use of digital tools and what are the perspectives. I think that there are two main focal points to be considered: use of digital technology and methodological approach. Regarding the use of digital technologies, the digital tools that are currently used, namely mobile apps, game-based platforms, are supporting mainly the cognitive and relational aspects of learning. However, they not ensure a true inclusion or personalized learning. The dominant model remains always one-to-many. It's like in mass media, the classical one. Virtual environment could offer high personalization, but is not used enough, or better to say, is barely and rarely used. The methodological approach studies suggest that teaching and learning practice remain largely unchanged, despite the introduction of technology. The prevailing approach is still cognitive and transmissive. We don't have a real relation and interaction with students or learners. The virtual environments could offer more, and especially a hybrid perspective can integrate this model of cognitive and relational. The two models can collide, and they can offer a better personalized dimension, which at the moment, unfortunately, is kind of lacking, as you could understand. This aspect and the absence weakness the overall effective of technology in education. So what are the suggestions? Three main conclusions to be highlighted here. Develop research projects involving teacher coaching, meaning support teachers in how to use, in the most proficient way, technology. Technologies could be a meaningful ally for us, still not exploit at its own potential. Strengthening student motivation, because if you are more motivated, your outcomes are higher. You are more, satisfied. And in the same way, you feel more encouraged to learning, and you become more proactive. Conduct further investigation, of course, is more unspeakable on how and why technology increase or could increase motivation in order to get data and redefine educational practice. Of course, as said, those are just few bullet points that I collect. The full research is available, and especially I'm looking to the faces of the two ladies in front of me. She's always available and keen to share with you, because I saw some points of conjunction, especially with your presentation. And I really encourage you to create this bond, to further talk and discuss how we can work together and create a better impact or better use of technology during the learning process. That was everything from her side. Just to keep our flow, I would love as well to introduce Professor Muhammad Farooq Islam. Please come on stage. I consider myself actually a good outcome of ICSE, because we know each other when you are still a PhD student, that's correct? And then there is an evolution. Thanks also to Professor Altintas. Now he became an assistant professor. He will tell you more about this. And especially is offering a new opportunity and perspective of exactly what I was saying, how you could use gamification and new technology to better engage your students during the lessons. And of course, she's gonna give us new, insightful perspectives for the future. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Maria. I, first of all, welcome everyone for being here. It's been a pleasure today. I flew miles to see you guys, and I'm so happy that I made a nice choice. I see we worked really hard in these 2 days, and I see a bit maybe tired faces. So how about a moment of rejuvenation? Can I please request you all to stand up for a while? Thank you. That would be great. I'm so sorry if I am making you uncomfortable at this last moment. Okay, guys, we're going to play a short activity, a game. What is it? Paper? It's a paper, but let's think it's a hot potato, guys. All right? Hot potato. What we are going to do, I will give you 7 seconds. You have 7 seconds to ask a question to any random person and throw it to them. They will answer you and then ask another random question to any person and then throw. 7 seconds. If it's more than 7 seconds, your hand burned and you're out of the game. All right, are you ready, guys? I didn't see a yes. Yes. Now we are. Okay, I'm gonna start. What's your favorite color? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. It was not appropriate question, but okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Question, ma'am, question. Back. Can you throw back? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't have a daughter. I'm not even married yet. Do you have a pet? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, 7. It was. You didn't ask a question. 1, 2. You didn't ask anyone. We all missed it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You ask a question. 1, 2. There was no question. Where you come from? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Name questions are so random. We all know each other's names. Come on, a new question. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my, I just told you. I just told you. 1. Don't say no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was the longest question I ever heard in my life. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my God. That was a smart question. That was a smart question. 1. Oh my, he was so honest. I didn't hear the question. Okay, thank you so much, guys. Thank you for standing up. It was a good response. I know it's really hard to fill in Professor Barbara's shoes, but I did some effort, guys, to combine her topic, my topic, and quickly, guys, give an our side and introduce what we did so far. So I'll start with this quote: "The greatest barrier to inclusion is not disability. It is the architecture system that was never designed for everyone." It's not disability, it's the system around us that was not designed for all of us. I think that's the greatest barrier. If we see some statistics in the world, around 1.3 billion people are living with disability. That makes around 16% of the world's population. 36% of them only have some sports, some disability sports in the developed countries. And where I come from, only 10% of them. And women are 3% lesser likely to join disability sports. And that is the scenario, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about. If we talk about Portugal, your country, 1 or 1.2 million people are living with disabilities in Portugal. 30%, around 30% have the access towards those disability sports. That is a good number, but still 12 to 14% of trainers are not trained to have adaptability for special sports. That is, again, a dire consequences. But whatever we are doing, we travel a long way. Initially, guys, disability was treated as an illness. Later on, guys, a veteran, he had a spinal injury in a war. He started some games for disability and people with special needs. 1960s in Rome, the first Paralympics started. Then we never looked back. Then the right-based movement started. School began to integrate it. And then UN landmark movement. And then here we are. Now, we don't call it access. We call it meaningful participation. It's not access anymore. We should call it meaningful participation. When we talk about inclusion and inclusion dynamics, guys, it's based on 4 key theoretical anchors when you talk about academics. First, expanding actual freedoms. That was given by Sen and Nussbaum. It means that you have to give freedom of choices, not depend on the tech only. Because this presentation somehow criticizes if tech is actually a tool to help or if it's counterproductive. Next one was given by Goodley and Shakespeare, the questioning power for disability sports. Who to ask, who to answer. Third one, inclusive pedagogies, systematic restructuring they talked about, and then mediating learning. So inclusion is not a program, it's shaped by powered resources and in fact design. If we just put technology into the heart of the system, somehow it bounces back at us. Why? Because technology entered a system that is normative, that is built around ideal performing bodies. So what happened next? Unequal accessing gaps happens. Undertrained, only 12 to 14% trained teachers exist for APA. And then, guys, school and NGOs that are operating is lost. What happens next, guys? If we frame inclusion dynamics in sports education, inclusion, if we say it's not access to activity, it's negotiated outcome between different stakeholders. We can see that technology now is a new actor that redistributes who is actually visible and who is measurable and who is teachable. They made a frame and they left teachers and other practitioners outside the frame. That is somehow counterproductive. Technology redefines what is counted as ability. As I spoke with one of our great speakers here, I was asking this question too. Because technology, if you add any atypical movement in technological pattern, it term it as an error, not a variation, because the system was not designed for it. Next, guys, digital tool, they do not just support in coaching, they create a hierarchy. Their hierarchical output can override teacher's intuition. A teacher's intuition is the most important part. It's better than technology. The relationships are far better than technological feedbacks that we can get. And that shifts, guys, can lead to a big problem and the model output as a final arbitrator of good performance. They treat something as a good performance, and they do not have the flexibility to include those who are suffering with disabilities. What shifted if we added technology to our educational systems? The teachers started to measure what was the perfect angle, for example, for the sports, and did our student was close to that angle. The students started to feel that we are not being educated, we are being trained. So there's a huge difference between being educated and being trained. And lastly, the students started to feel that it's not participation, it's just pleasure of cooperation for some system that was never aligned for them. So structural constraints for good technology. What can happen, guys? We discussed these statistics. Almost 10 to 12% of the teachers are trained to adapt those technological changes. Somehow it benefits as well. Let's see both perspectives. How? Digital twin technologies, low-cost sensor, and APA feedbacks that can help us. But guys, there is a risk that technology is quietly reinforcing inclusion, because any difference in the performance when we use technological tools is called a noise. It's not being flexible enough. It's called noise. That is the difference. And in many countries, just elite centers have access to those wearable gadgets. Likewise, guys, if we try to use technology every day, it creates a friction. And it is represented as no compliance in technology. These are a few aspects that I designed. That is the way forward. I will be faster in that. But why are we all here? I can tell you my story. It was really hard for me to come because somehow my visa got rejected, and then I started to visit some, how can I say, agents, and they asked a huge amount of money. Then I did everything by myself with ChatGPT. Somehow I got successful. I was teaching, and suddenly I got the invitation, and I just flew. In 2 hours, I made everything possible. But what motivated me to come here? People like this. Do you know this person? If you're from Portugal, maybe you know. He is the epitome of what a single person can do. What he did was, he was in a school, and one professor and one technological department visited his town, and they realized his potential, and somehow they integrated governments with limited resources to somehow integrate what he needs. And he won bronze medal for Portugal in 2020 Tokyo Olympics. So what this story tells us, that sports inclusion is not charity, it's a system of opportunity. What it tells us, when a country invests in accessibility, somehow one child can change the entire future of that country. Likewise, I had a video, but I will be fast. There are different challenges that we face, but again, we will be aligned with opportunities as well. We can align with global framework, build capability across different academic institutions, and innovate with organizations. I will be fast. What is happening in the world right now? What the statistics tell us? The statistics tell us that the participation in Europe is the highest, 30 to 40%. I have been living in Turkey for a long time, so I treat it as my second home. So following it, I found that around 40% of the performances worldwide were existing here. Grassroots structure was good. In my country, somehow it's quite miserable. Like, there is lesser. Now the government started to invest. That's how we are somehow trying to evade that system. That's why I'm here, to try to link different organizations with my university, with my student, to somehow create a really good output. And this is what X is all about, to create bridges and to bring opportunities to those who don't have it. Modern inclusion challenges has 4 difficult layers that we have to overcome: structural layer, pedagogical layer, socio-cultural layer, digital layer. The structure is not enough. The governments are not empowered enough. Teachers do not know somehow to treat those disability. That's what we are trying to do, create a knowledgeable platform. Socio-cultural layer, in my country, people are overprotected if their son or daughter is somehow living with a disability. And digital layer, we call it technological inequality. So we have to address all of them. I just had a chance to quickly see some startups, because I'm from the business sector. So some startups in Portugal are doing an amazing job for disability sport. So I just mentioned them and their business models, so we can use them as a reference. I will not go into detail. What we have contributed so far, I would love to share. We have become somehow a hub for education, for policy making, for actionable insights. We, with my colleagues, my bosses, and my mentors, Ms. Maria and Dr. Roberto, we have written more than 25 plus articles. We have published a book, a special issue. We have created knowledge village across the world. In just 3-4 years, we have somehow, it was just a newborn baby, and now it's running fast with all of you. Thank you for your support. And one of our flagship and the most proud thing that we could present to you is our latest published book. X, what it tells us, I will tell you. Please have a scan. It's the Amazon link as well. You have to order a copy in order to go outside. So you cannot go outside if you don't order a copy. Support us, guys. I'm kidding. So X, we combine different elements. We combine different insights. We combine what we learned so far through our experiences. It's a 300-page book. It combined a lot of research. What it tells us inclusion is not a single process. It tells our knowledge system, institutional system, racial system, cultural system, and what it tells us, if we combine all of these systems, then we can create a change in a society. We went across continents to compare comparative studies. We studied about Germany, Ireland, Italy, Turkey, Bulgaria, and Pakistan as well. We had interesting insights. We did life story analysis. We found out that sports, it's a really important line, I loved it. Sports do not fix disability. However, they repair the social environment around that person. This is the most important part. It does not fix something, but it somehow fixes the environment around you. It has agency, recognition, and belonging. When they come together, it gives and it empowers different individuals. And we have contribution in knowledge density, infrastructure strength, cultural permeability. A country achieves inclusion only when 4 capability they come together. And guys, I'm so proud to share our latest flagship program, Compets. Maybe you had a chance when you were crossing by, you saw the Compets flyers. I would request you to just scan it and become a member. What we aim to do in Compets, we try to create ambassadors around the world, around the countries. We are trying to somehow create knowledgeable insights with sports person and academia. We're trying to combine them. And by combining them, we are going to share the knowledge, what we learn, to all over the world. We are setting up ambassadors in different countries and different universities and somehow perform longitudinal studies to somehow find something that would be shareable. So I request and I hope that we join this platform. Lastly, guys, I would be really happy to connect with you. If you want to send or ask any question, you can scan it. Can I have a moment as well? Could you please write Kahoot on your mobile phones? On your browser. You don't need to download it. Just write Kahoot on your browsers. We will play a quick activity about sports. Just write Kahoot. We don't need to download nothing. And I'm going to give you a pen that would lead us to this. Just tell me when you did. You've done? Okay. When you go on the top, you can see join. When you see join, I'm going to share a pin with you. Let's see who is a champion in our class. No, everyone is a champion. So guys, I'm going to share the pin which you will use to enter in Kahoot. Just a moment, please. Okay, it's 896, if you already logged in, 6826. Again, 896, 6826. 896, 6826. So it will see our understanding for the conference a bit, and we're actually applying gamification in education. Oh my God, everyone joined, 16 participants, so fast. Okay, I'm going to start it, okay? Everyone is ready? Okay. Guys, as fast as you answer, you have more chances to win. There are just 5 questions, so it's up to you. Let's see. 3, 2, 1. Okay, it's on your screen now. Let me make it more exciting. It had a sound. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, perfect. Let's see who's... Mr. Tisanis, number 1, Bruce, Mr. Ander, FSF, and Helder. These are the scores right now. 3 more questions, guys. Come on, you can be number 1. And we have a special prize if you're number 1. Come on. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. The scores, Mr. Helder is number 1 now, PAC, Joao, FSF, and Nanda. This is the score card now. 2 more questions. Let's see who's the sports person. Three, 2, 1. Oh, you did it well. Last question, guys. It's very easy. Three, 2, 1. Let's see. So let's see who's number 3rd. Let's clap for them. Number 3 is PAC, Pat. Number 2 is Liz. Number 1 is me, also Helder. Thank you so much, guys. I'll request my fellow colleague to please continue this presentation. It was amazing to see you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your interesting and energetic activities, Farouk. I would like just to spend a couple of words about the Student Challenge. Every year of the conference, we create and co-produce some new outputs or products. It's already been 3 years that we are proposing a new method that we call the Student Challenge. What's Student Challenge? Student Challenge is an hybrid method of mentorship that guides students in how to turn idea into action. Basically, we try to empower, boost their minds and ideas, giving them challenges. How it works? First of all, they got a case studies or a project, and they have to find out and come up with a solution. Here you could see why we decided to start the Student Challenge, like what are the aims? First of all, we want to connect those 3 words. So job placement, academic studies, and experiential learning. What does it mean? It means that they got a real case studies to work on. They got problems that they have to solve. They have to do an analysis, a proactive analysis, just to find the connections in between the ecosystem and try to analyze the interactions in between the players and then produce a list of potential solutions. In this way, they are going to work in an hybrid environment because it's on a digital platform. They are going to be monitored step by step by seniors, and they are going to produce as final results a poster. So it's an hybrid for this reason, because we are combining 2 different elements. Non-formal settings, so the way how they learn, the way how they share information, ideas, and opinions, and the way how do they structure them and how to present them, because the final result is the academic poster, but structured in a project management way. We will see later better the final layout. Here you can see the famous experiential learning cycle, no? So we encourage them to think. So due to a problem, we just boost the communication among them, and we try to, put those seeds in mind that nourishing the debates. Acting, you have to be proactive. You need to find the solution. So you need to kind of feel it, what's the problem. Experiencing, quite often they have the opportunity also to ask questions directly and see what's the problem real about, and then reflecting. And then restart, because it's a kind of infinitive circle. They have to think solution and propose them. This is the map that we used to guide them. Starting from there, as said, needs, so study of the contents domain, background analysis, identification of needs. What are the lacks most significant and most urgent to address? Finding sources, so what happened? Are other cases happening? Do surveys, data, statistics already exist? Is it a problem that is linked just to a country, or is more worldwide? What are the regulations on community instance? Based on this, they identify potential impacts. So what kind of change will the projects produce in the main context? What changes could help or induce the projects in time interval considered? So short, medium, or long-term effect. And then you see there are set key performances indicators, the so-called KPIs. Those terms are taken from the project management words. And so the changes would improve the analyzed contents domain, what kind of parameters be used, is the improvement achievable by means of which objectives, etc., till arriving to draw up a dissemination and communication plan when we are going to identify stakeholders, interest in our projects, plan information activities, and explain the tangible results of the projects. In terms of project objectives, if you see the last column, we help them in analyze the problem going through the logical framework. So project objectives, identify the target group and see what kind of action can help them, outline an efficient actions result progression, how to monitor them, and then build the activity plans. So concretely, what are the steps in order to sort these projects? And here, in a nutshell, you could see the division into work packages. So the problem and the solution, they're going to break down in concrete action. So project management and coordination, then leads with the mapping of skills analysis, recognition of the regional ecosystem development, capacity building design, and then, some of the dynamics are interlinked, you can see by the flow of the arrows. Piloting, because the solution they propose, they're going to be piloting then test, till arriving to the dissemination, communication, and exploitation. For this specific here, we got the chance to host 52 students that are currently working on these models, and they just present the project's idea in the parallel sessions room. During the years, we got many universities that had the chance to host this kind of event, and it's important to say that they recognize also marks. So there is also a formal recognition of the soft skills and ability that they are going to learn. We got tested globally, starting from Fordham University of New York, students from University La Sapienza, University of Izmir in Turkey, South African Urban University. In this specific moment, we have also students from UTM, from Pakistan, and students also from India. So we want to apply the same mindset that can be used no matter what's your subject of studies, is just, the tools, the basic tools that you have to sort the problems. And the next evolution of this, because to be fair, we are still in experimental phases and we are going to collect, analyze all the results, so we have already a track record of it, is going to be the next phase. They want to challenge them by mingle different fields of expertise. What I mean by this, if by now we have all the students that are studying communication, for instance, that are working on a specific issue, a problem, we want to boost the interdisciplinary approach and the geographical scope. So in this way, we're gonna challenge one student from engineering, one student for communication, one student from sports, for instance, or one student from psychology. They could work together. It's a real team, as it happens in the reality, in every business or in every corporate. But there is a plus, because they're not coming from the same context. So they are going to be interconnected globally, so they have the opportunity to think out of the box and be challenged, because my perception of the reality of the problem as Italian could be different from the one from Portugal, for instance. And furthermore, my mindset, my bias, cognitive bias, is my background of studies, because I'm studying communication. Maybe an engineer could offer a different approach to this. So the mix of these elements can really produce a nice output. And it's not just the challenge in itself, it's the cooperation. It's the 360 perspective that is offering of the vision of a problem, is how you learn how to work in a multicultural and the remote context, and the way we interact. Furthermore, they are going to present in a virtual environment. So also the public skills and the pitching of your ideas is fundamental, because they need to condensate in few minutes what their ideas and what are the proposed solutions. The next evolution, it will be also to have an app. We are still working on it, to have a learning environment where we can boost the interactivities. And they could have, access to also several case studies that were proposed before. We're really proud about Student Challenge, also because this is translated in concrete projects that then they apply, submit in the form of European projects. I'm looking especially for the colleagues that are familiar with the dynamics, meaning they have to face the fact of the stress of the deadline. Life is deadline for all of us. We have deadline every day. So this could means for them the first real approach of a mature way of how I do get results. If I'm not able to reach these results alone, how the group can help me in reach these results. So as said, it's an initial, that's the third year, and we are already collect many experience and many feedback. And in case there are other universities or students that are interested in it, we are more than welcome to host or to share more information about it. And that was everything from my side for today. We have one more speaker with us that he was actually before on stage, Professor Volkan Altintas. The final part of the conference is yours. There we go. You have this microphone. Perfect.
I think it works, yeah. You finished, Maria, with Student Challenge. Last year with, it was at my university. But student part could remain, but as a challenge, to be the last speaker of today is a challenge for me. So I will finish in 10 minutes. I see this, Saturday afternoon. I think it's rare, almost 30, 40 people still in this area. So this afternoon topic was about smartization and sport education. I just want to use this opportunity to talk about Turkey's reality and giving some traditional sport from festival to, from city to city. So I just want to also mention about what's happening, smartization and scientific work together. So maybe we can skip some part. Turkey is, we have here, maybe many of you visited or willing to visit, or you heard many things, but we have an expert yesterday, Kazimier's professor. He visited many times, and we were discussing last 2-3 years, and this year he can approve that he visited maybe more than me, 81 cities. Maybe you visited and you saw it, how rich the country with traditional games and traditional sports. So it's, again, it reflects our history and culture. And this is my area, more than sport. It's also a unique dimension to tourism. Especially yesterday we were talking about how we can combine sport and tourism. So many traditional sports, and some of them as an intangible cultural heritage. Yesterday also professor mentioned that. But in Turkey, we have, it comes from Ottoman period, it comes from Central Asia as a nomadic life. These are important. And now with the Republic, they did somehow modernization, modern meaning to traditional games. So, the most interesting part, I just want to show some of them. Maybe you heard. Have you ever heard oil wrestling in your life? Maybe yes, maybe no, if you're interested. This is in Edirne region, Erzurum, Kars. So do you have see that there are, it's also very traditional. I cannot count the years as well. It's one of well-known oil wrestling. And equestrian javelin in mountain sport originally for warrior training. Again, from different very east part of Turkey to west part of Turkey, you see the name. And we call it Cirit, as a Cirit festivals. Archery, again from Ottoman period, it comes. Then again, Istanbul, Konya, Cappadocia, you see that. Our wrestling is the border of Syria, the Hatay. Just I wanted to show you what we have, then I would like to take this opportunity to use for smartization. So mounted archery, again, Göbekli Tepe, Cappadocia, Mid Anatolia, and southeastern Turkey. To me, and as a tourism academician, I think this is one of the most important parts. How we can use this kind of traditional sports event could, most important part as a cultural tourism part. So we need a keyword as an integration. So it's the first reality, the traditional sport and tourism relationship. Huge topic, destination branding. It's a marketing issue. But sport team festivals, we will see soon that a kind of started this traditional sport turns to festivals from one city to another one. Economic reality is important for the local people, and media reach. Yesterday you showed that even one Twitter or one TikTok, millions then you can reach that. So from this traditional sports, how it became the festivals, like Edirne, Etnospor, in Cirit, Nomad Games in Iznik, close to Istanbul. They need to see these people, traditional sport must encourage regional economic sustainability. Yesterday we mentioned sustainability as a keyword, early in the morning and afternoon. Local identity and community pride. it should be acceptable in the community. If not, we should forget it. This was a discussion yesterday, creating a policies, how we have Minister of Youth and Sports. It, funds traditional sports with a club, and also Minister of Culture and Tourism. They work together and promotes like this festival as a heritage event. This was the governmental bodies, but also municipalities are important. Like you mentioned again, because I cited you a lot, Professor, we have also our tourism calendar, and it's included there is an annual tourism traditional festivals to that. Turkey itself, we have from probably 81 cities, you can see thousands of traditional sport organizations then. But this also we share Turkic heritage unites Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan. That's why we have one federation, Ethnosport Federation. There is another keyword. It helps us to keep this cultural diplomacy between mid-Asian countries and that. So this sport affects. Let's come back to here, this smartization, this what you also mentioned, Marco, started with digital to how it turns to smartization. These are simple explanation, but broadcasting, social media visibility, millions, if you share this content, reach millions of, what you share, it affects the, in local and in global way. Hashtags, influencers, these are the, common and known that places as online promotion, social media visibility, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. Then we started last 4 or 5 years that to use virtual reality and augmented reality experience. Some of friends, they mentioned, but this kind of VR, ER using experiences started with museums, tourism fairs, and how we can take the traditional games, sport games, like riding a horse, girit game, or wrestling in oil competitors. These technologies make cultural experience more accessible, and now about with tourism, very interactive for position for tourists. Archiving and for cultural heritage preservation, again, Minister of Tourism and Culture and universities like us, we work together with them. We keep, including videos, interview, photographs. We were discussing in the break time what we can do that this database could be really important for the next generation. Storytelling. I'm a member of, from Faculty of Tourism, my department is tour guidance. We have students to be a tour guide for different languages. So this is good timing for digital storytelling. They should learn the background of these traditional games with storytelling, and then it will be much more meaningful for cultural diplomacy and educational outreach. Again, we are talking about intangible cultural heritage, and it should be important smartization. It should be, it provides powerful tools that. So again, this is, our aim is here, if we talk about cultural and smartization, from past and to the future generations, we should keep it that. I just want to show you, it's as a practice, some wearable sensors we use now, and every country you see that, or trying to get to know the traditional games and then smart tourism realities, how we can keep it that. online ticketing, visitor analytics, AI-based event management, optimize not only classrooms, now we can use it to optimize organization and increase economic efficiency, again for local communities. Before coming here, when I checked the literature, which topics are interesting as a title, started with smart sport, Internet of Things, consumption, smartphones, smart ski, smart clothing project. Again, very interesting topics, and also, as we know before, smart cities and smart sports. From Europe, China, and different countries, you can see that. This program could be interesting from the academic point and the reality of the sport industry. TÜBİTAK is our Turkish Science Foundation. We also applied, but this is also for academics and practice, that there are some supports for sports technology programs. How can we adapt the smartization part of the reality of this technology and use this traditional and technology for the future? So this could be interesting for all academicians from here, that TÜBİTAK and big sports technology programs, one of the interesting point, we use this opportunity for academic work as well. One more example, Sport Up is a Turkey-based community. This is a community focusing on intersection of sports and technology, like again, wearable devices, AR, VR application, and so on and so forth. Sport Tech Turkey, another ecosystem that brings together professionals and technologists and students, and consultancy, training, community events that foster smart sport applications in the country. I will just pass here, but come to maybe this academic research. We have actually much more popular, more than 4 or 5 years, as I said, you support tourism, and academics from the tourism field interested in which topic could be a research area. So training optimization, we mentioned before this section that this classroom idea and using AI, this research supports the future of development. Let's finish with some challenges. Like every topic, structural challenges for Turkey is as an infrastructure, maybe like other countries, but it's known, but it takes time to organize all digitalization, smartization of traditional sports at early stage, so we need time that. Ethics, again. If you lose your authenticity, especially with traditional games, this is a big danger. You use technology. So need for ethical frameworks. We discuss, maybe next year, this time, we will be discussing this topic. Digital craft, skill and expertise demands. What's your demand? What's your expectation to be digitalization and use this smartization for sport tourism? And practicing innovation. How will you apply, when and where, and in which area? So, as a conclusion, Turkey represents a significant component of nation's intangible cultural heritage, reinforcing social identity and contributing to tourism and local economies. And research smartization initiatives such as digital archiving, VR, ER applications, wearable sensors, and data-driven performance tools have expanded the preservation, promotion, and transmission of these heritage practices. Again, like yesterday and today, support from the government, local and national collaboration, growing international engagement like today here and maybe next year in different places. It strengthens this ecosystem. It integrates also traditional sport with smart technology, not only enhance the global visibility for Turkey, also ensure sustainable cultural continuity for future generations. Thank you very much. To be the last is not so easy, but I try to just obey the rules. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Antintas. We are really getting close to the end of the conference. That means that we also have the last task to be also, let's say, announced. So the last session, not even, is more a closing ceremony that involves of course, the organizers, Roberto Solinas and Maria Grazia Pirina on stage, as well as the professor, Jose Morgado, which is not present here, I see. This last part of ICSE eventually confirms one of the topic of the conference that is related to trying to get inspiration not only from the experienced and established academicians, but clearly also from those researchers and PhD students that are presenting posters, they are presenting eventually papers. As you well know, that was the case for this year, that students, PhD students, submitted online an abstract of the poster and the papers. We eventually received 58 papers this year. That's indeed quite a significant number, and that means that the jury and the scientific committee had a hard time probably in deciding which was eventually really needed to be awarded and discussed. They had the chance to discuss together. I see that the eventually scientific committee representative, Professor Jose Morgado, is also here. I would like to welcome on stage, together with Roberto Solinas and Maria Grazia Pirina.
Thank you. And thank you for Marco, how are you? I haven't had the chance. Thank you all for being present and follow us in this journey that started in December 2024, I'm sorry. And we speed up the process because I believe we are all tired, and so I'll pass on quickly to the awards. Okay. First category, even at this time, I have to unfold all this, and this is hard work till the end. Thank you. So, I believe we'll start with the category of best contribution in physical literacy and lifelong development to Aya Boldovskaya. Congratulations, Aya. Well done. And for the next category, in Smartization in Sport and Education, João Rodrigues. Okay, João Rodrigues is not here. Any representative? No? Okay. You go, Julio.
Then we have the contribution for, actually, the best contribution in the category. Do we have a category? What is
Yes, education.
Ah, okay, that's great. So has been decided, and this award has been provided for the best contribution in education to sport for Patricia Coutinho.
Okay, and now in the best contribution in inclusion and innovation in physical education, the award goes to Margarida Barros.
Second, last one, we have the best contribution in the topic of exercise, health, and quality of life that goes to Miguel Albuquerque. For the category Best Poster Presentation for the 4th International Conference on Sports Education, so ICSE 2025, it goes to Catarina Matias.
Thank you very much. This was the very last moment of our conference. I would like to address a big thanks to all of you. Every single one, I try to look in the eyes of everyone that stays here, resist till now first, but also gave a great contribution and boost to this conference. Thank you very much. A big round of applause to all of us. Memorize our name and feel free to contact for future cooperation. Thank you.
They asked me to say something in Portuguese, and I want to... Well, I want to pick up some conversation I had yesterday with our two guests and speakers, keynote speakers, with Brett and Liz, which is that although we are few, I think we are few, we could be more, but I think the quality matters, and if we could by this, with this conference, have reached some of you, and you thought this was impactful and meaningful, so it was worth it. That's it. And hope we can repeat this all together.
Okay, we declare officially over ICSE 2025. I want to thank all of you. As Maria, applause for Maria, my colleague. She slept 2 hours tonight. Thanks to all volunteers, all speakers, Lusofona, University, Faculty of Sport, and CFEDES. I got you finally. And I know sometimes you cannot be perfect, but if you give 110%, and believe me, we did. And Jose here is another applause for Jose, because not a single moment of this conference would have been possible without him and all the staff and all the Portuguese fantastic host. Next year, we might be in 6 different places, 6 options, but in 1 month we will know, because we need to plan. We will learn from mistakes, if there have been any. Were some mistakes? No, was perfect. Sonat, you don't know Sonat, but this guy was a pillar. Ricardo, if you have someone that if I forget, then I will be killed out of this room. It's better if you tell me now. I want just to say see you next year, and I hope some of you will be part of this itinerant journey. I hope Portuguese will follow us as Roma and Izmir did. And let's see where the future will bring us with sport, education, tourism, and to build a better platform. Thank you very much. See you next year.